Okay. So
That's me.
I can explain.
Okay.
We had a false start. Yeah, we had a false start. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Starlost post show, where we're kind of talking about the end of Starlost Seas, our first campaign, as well as the epilogues that have happened since. As our like, hey, it's our last little hurrah for the finest in the campaign 1, and Ian's here.
Woo!
Oh my god.
That's very normal for them. He's been here for the last like 30 episodes of Seas from their perspective.
I guess.
To be fair, though, I haven't been in a Shanties in probably a year and a half.
That sounds accurate.
I guess the last one you were in was like last July.
Yeah. And then even beyond
to be fair, we've only done one in that time.
Yeah. Even beyond that, like Ian was missing for a little bit, and then reappeared for the final 4 episodes, and then wasn't in the epilogues. So
Ian,
Ian's
you'll always
here.
belong here.
Yeah, no matter how many times you joke about us kicking you out of the campaign.
You did twice.
Nope, we didn't do that at all.
You're like DJ Jazzy Jeff in The Fresh Prince. No matter how many times I throw you out on the front lawn, you always come back.
That's a reference everyone will get.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a reference Ian will get, and it was for Ian, to be fair.
That's a reference I got too.
That's all right. I do get Uncle Phil vibes from Cryo, so
Thank you.
Yeah, Ian cuts at Ian like, how come they don't want me, man?
That's Will Smith, not DJ Jazzy Jeff, but
I know, but
That's your Will Smith in this scenario.
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
You know, Mo from The Simpsons.
Okay.
Ian is Mo from The Simpsons.
I'm just a random
It
bartender.
would be.
But yeah, this is a little
wait,
less structured than our normal shanties, because in a way, it's kind of our chance to like celebrate the fact that, hey, we did it. The first campaign is over, and the story of these characters largely is over. And that's kind of crazy because it was 3.5 years. A lot of us graduated something at some point.
True. Real.
And
Oh man, they put me in an existential crisis because I haven't graduated anything since the
I
start of the
graduated high
show
school.
to the end
Me
of it.
either.
I
Yeah.
graduated out of a marriage.
there it
Oh.
is. I was like, I know what joke Crow wants to make.
Yeah. It's like graduating in a VTuber sense.
But yeah, so this is gonna be a little less structured because we kind of just want to talk about the fact that, hey, this is the end of the finest story. Like everything from here on will be new and unfamiliar, which is cool. But yeah, does anybody have anything they want to say right off rip? And then I can start digging into the questions. For those of you that don't know, you can go into our Discord and give questions to in the Shanties channels, or leave them here, and we might see them if they're here. But this is kind of our Q&A show where we talk about the different questions you guys might have about the show, and in this case, kind of talk about the campaign as a whole.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Woo!
Yippee.
Wahoo.
I want to take
Wahoo!
a brief moment at the very beginning just to, as the DM to all of you players one more time, thank you for playing Starlost Seas.
Yeah.
Thank you
Hope
for
you guys had a
DMing
good
for
time.
us.
Yeah.
Can't believe I got kicked out twice.
Yeah, no
but
problem.
Yeah,
We all had fun.
and yet you
For about 8
returned.
You let me
Yeah.
back.
Yeah,
We
hey,
left
listen,
the door
man,
unlocked.
as many times as you were kicked out, you kept crawling back.
Crawling, I think, is the wrong word to use.
I don't know.
More like
pretty
Kool-Aid
low to the
Man.
ground.
Whimpering, maybe.
All right, anyways,
I
moving
kind of
on.
liked it. All right.
Going down a path that's not.
All right, we're
Bring
gonna
everyone.
stop it. Stop
God
it.
damn it,
Stop it. No. Hey, dang,
Stop.
he's killing it. Like, wait a minute.
He's really not though.
144p.
Even up to 720p, it's still not even. It still looks like shit.
And-
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on in that.
just to establish, Pulse was invited, and Pulse did say that they would show up at some point. They're the only one that
There he
he is.
He's
But we
busy right now.
did our best to make sure that the entire cast would be here, including Ian and Crow whenever he gets his audio tweaked. But yeah, I guess we'll get into questions if nobody else has any like little things that they want to say right off rip.
Thank you to everybody who did art and make fan fiction and animations. They're all
Yeah.
always super cool to see anytime that, like, still after 3 years, anytime we get one that's like pertains to a character, like we tell the person who plays that character to like come and look. So it's always super cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's my bit.
If you think you don't want to do fan art or you don't want to share fan art because you're like, my art's not that good, we don't care. It's
Yeah.
great every time.
In
Like,
fact,
any
most-
level
We'll
we
like
see
it,
art,
even
we're
if
like,
it's
yo.
Most sessions before we actually get started, we're usually just chattering about whatever art or fan work has popped up during the week. Like before we get started, it's kind of it's part of the routine.
I quite literally download every bit of Starlost fan art, so if you make any bit of fan art, you can end up on one of my hard drives.
You are permanently documented.
That sounds.
All of the Kieran fan
Yeah,
art is printed.
maybe
I
you
have a
could
Kieran
have
folder.
phrased that differently.
Yeah.
So threatening.
You'll end up on one of my hard drives.
Yeah, no, it is ominous. You should
Oh.
draw.
Oh.
Okay, I do want to open with what is very much a sweet question that I feel like I know the answer to, but I want to ask it anyway.
Oh, also, hang on before we go, just in case anyone's not sure. This is all of Starlost Seas, so it is spoilers for everything, including the epilogues. Just want to say it before 20 minutes in we answer a question and someone goes, "No, I'm on episode 127."
Yeah,
Doc
this covers
is dead?
the entire. This covers the entire show, including the epilogues and Scattered. We'll get to that though.
Is it? Does it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I didn't know that
It
either.
does
Now
now.
commence with your question.
I didn't watch Scattered.
What the hell?
Neither did I.
So, Jet asked, Cryo, was the idea of the final fight in the beginning of everything at the very dream of creation a deliberate representation of the story of Starlost starting off as a dream between you and Noah?
No. Next
No.
question.
No.
No, I'm kidding.
I was like, it's very beautiful. It's a very nice metaphor. I showed this question to Cryo and they went, no.
I wish it had been some deep, amazing thing like that. My main thought when I was making the ending is I've established that there's multiple timelines and multiple universes. If they beat Martin here, and Martin is a being that exists in dreams outside of those timelines, why the fuck doesn't he just go somewhere else and win? So you have to beat him on his turf. Otherwise, he could just win in another timeline, and he's all of reality. So you'll be fucked.
Yeah.
Also,
You end up with like the Almighty and having to switch him back in as a different
Mhm.
form.
also moving forward, Cryo, we're gonna take those and run with them because that's a great thought. You should have said yes.
I should have said.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we've learned from
It's
this.
a good lesson for next time. Next time, everything is a metaphor and
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, it should all be inspired by our friendships, by our bonds.
The power of friendship fuels Starlost.
I was gonna say these motherfuckers are clearly not art students. That's absolutely the kind of
Yeah.
shit where your professor
Oh,
will be
yeah.
like,
Why
"Did
are
you
the
mean like
curtains
do
blue?
like this? Did you mean to do it like because of this representation?" Absolutely, yes. That was my intention from the start.
Yep.
And
See, I'm an
you got that from my
English guy.
artwork because that's amazing. Exactly what I was trying to prevent.
I'm so glad you got it.
Death of the author. Cryo is gonna meet an unfortunate accident.
Oh no.
I'm gonna die.
Cryo's already been in an unfortunate accident.
Oh no.
Sorry, I had to get my one in. I'm sorry.
Holy
No, that's
shit.
good. No, it was a good one. Don't
That's a
apologize.
solid
That
one.
was good.
Anyone here honking?
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm making a joke.
Okay.
It was
Uh,
a car joke.
All right.
I just thought of geese. I was thinking of geese.
was I? I was like, I don't hear any honks.
Oh, that was stupid.
Oh shit! There's Crow.
He's back.
Yeah.
So
Crow's been here the whole time. Look at the camera.
Cryo.
Mm-hmm.
We're opening with some fun ones for you specifically. Lily Flower 7, Lily in the Discord, asked, okay, so really, who killed Emperor Nolan?
I don't know if that's. I don't know. Query to everybody here, because I'll spoil for the audience. Everyone above table of players knows, because that was also a huge question they all had.
Yeah.
Do you think the audience should know? Do you think this is something I should reveal to the audience
Is
now?
it
in this
really gonna be something that's like hyper relevant in the future?
No, it's just could be a
Then-
secret.
I-
It should just be a
No, I say let them know because this.
We've had this secret for 2 years, Cryo. I think it's time.
We've had this
I can
secret
have
for
it for longer.
115 sessions.
It's a secret for me too, because I don't know.
It was
Oh, yeah, you
Gormo.
weren't there.
You know, no, it was
Yep.
Gormo.
Gormo? Gormo. Gormo.
Gormo did it.
My new OC. He's Dormo the Green.
For everybody out there, I will reveal the secret that it was Fagin. Fagin killed Emperor Nolan. He killed him because everybody had been attacked and he wanted to kill him anyways. So he killed him and he blamed it on the bird sibling or the duplicate Iliac, because Iliac was dead. It was a victimless crime from his perspective.
A perfect scapegoat.
I thought
He's
you were
like,
gonna
"I'll kill-"
say. I thought you were gonna say he killed somebody because everybody was killing people and he wanted to be included.
No,
He wanted- he couldn't be left out.
Just wanted to feel included.
And then stole his wife. Yeah, Lily, he did. Well, so Fagin reveal moment. Also, Fagin is
Fagin
absolutely like a double agent. He totally sold them out to Martin back when they were at not Raven's Perch, Falcon's Point. Like totally
the
sold
other
them out.
bird.
And then it totally was gonna actually release them when he talked about how he was gonna help them get out. Lorelai was just faster. Yeah, Fagin played both sides pretty much the entire time because he wanted to be emperor.
Yeah.
I fucking said it from the moment I met that motherfucker. The first time we met him, I didn't trust him. I didn't trust him the whole fucking campaign. And then after the last fucking epilogue, all of my suspicions were proven. I felt so vindicated.
Yeah. And to be fair, when he offered to pull up to the last fight with you guys, he meant it genuinely. He wouldn't have backstabbed you. He wanted to go to the last fight with you guys because being able to say he was one of the heroes who saved all of reality is absolutely the best thing you can put on a resume.
Yeah, but also because the way you phrased it to us was even better. It was one thing when he saved the world once. He wanted to be the guy that saved the world twice.
Twice. Yeah. No one could compare to Fagin if the quintet saved all of Stonekeeper and then he saved all of reality.
Yeah.
You know what? Good for you. I love everyone in the chat being like, that's real. Okay, yeah. I'm like, by the way, this guy's been an asshole this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everybody understands the concept of secure the bag. Like,
Yeah, mad respect for real.
yeah.
I think you're
Fagin
giving
was
Flo
locked
an
in.
existential crisis here.
Yeah, stop having ADHD and put your fucking camera on.
Yeah.
Why am I over there?
It looks like you're shiny hunting.
I'm fighting
Crow,
a Lanu,
are you
which is like
streaming during Shanties? What the fuck?
I really.
I
hope
wish-
not
Oh boy,
wearing
here we go.
pants.
Here we go again with this fucking looping video.
There
I
you go.
wish that Oz would have found one where he was wearing that flannel.
Yeah, right? Like that exact outfit. Yeah, when you think
Crow
of
has 4
Fagin, the
shirts. It's
twice
not gonna
hero
take very
king
long.
that slew the Mad Emperor and brought the Empire back to glory. All right,
You
now
wouldn't have been able to find this beanie because I just found it.
Nice.
there was nothing saying that the Empire went back to glory. We don't know.
Do you
I
want
think-
to reveal what his deception bonus is, Cryo?
Oh, yeah, let me find it.
It's
Actually,
30.
do you have it ready in your notes?
30
It
plus
was like-
30.
It was like plus 16 or
It
something
is,
like that.
yes. It is plus 15 is his deception
Oh,
bonus.
dang.
If he rolled well enough, you would have to roll like a 35 insight to realize Fagin's lying to you. He has expertise.
Well, there's one thing that we talked about, to where there was, and kind of going into the question that everybody always asks is like, when did we defy your expectations? Was you really thought that we would ask Fagin who killed the Emperor when we were trapped in the zone of truth?
I did, and you didn't. And then that was literally like the moment in the campaign where I was like, okay, Fagin doesn't have a role here. If someone asks him, just has to tell the truth. And he would have to tell the truth in front of Alora, the one motherfucker who would absolutely 100% not be like, okay, yeah, he wasn't the greatest. I get it.
She brained him right there, like just.
Oh, she would have thrown his ass back in jail immediately. But yeah, no one thought of it in the moment, which on one hand I was like, ah, darn. And on the other hand, I was like, ooh, now it just gets to be a secret forever.
We were a little distracted.
A
standing
little
there in front
distracted,
of
clearing
Alora,
our own name,
having to, and then also in the position of standing in front of this fucking like paladin lady and choosing our words so carefully as to not lie while still not revealing like Vecnost and all that, because we couldn't say it and we couldn't ask the gods about it or whatever. So it was Fagin was like a setting. He was the set piece for this scene.
Yeah,
he was not at the forefront of my mind.
And then now that we've gotten those two out of the way, I'll do one that kind of opens it up to everybody. Lebel asked, what was our favorite episode to record? It doesn't matter if you don't remember the number. I think we all know generally big plot points that happened in an episode.
My favorite episode to record, this is obviously going to sound cheesy, but it was the one that we got to record in person because I just loved actually being able to play D&D with all of you. What is that? Episode 91, I think?
90
or 91.
90.
Yeah.
90. That was my favorite because it was just, I haven't played D&D in person in I mean, we played briefly at the MomoCon before that, which was fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was just a fun one shot. But I have not played a session of D&D that was part of a campaign in person in like over a decade. So that was so cool. That was so fun. It was great.
I think putting that aside, because obviously that just gives such a big bias to it, I really, really loved the jailbreak. In Saracen. It was when Cryo, I would say you really hit your stride with pseudo combat. Like 25 was like our first like Pirates of the like Caribbean, like big, like just bum rush everything. The prison break had so much going on at the same time, and everybody got their little moment of just being insane.
Appreciate that.
I quite like 25. When I think of fun moments as Lotus, I think of that, because who the fuck punches a flaming wall to get out?
Yeah, that was.
And
Oh, okay. I was
That was
waiting for
bold.
context. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck 25 is.
It's when Gillian shows up.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's the Gilead.
And then we go down to save Eggold in the cargo hold. But I think another one, like when Mara came back just to die, in like
My favorite episode was the one where Mara came back just to die.
Pulse isn't here,
That
so
was
we're
my
just
favorite one to
telling-
record.
like it was such good storytelling. I fucking, it was like I can see it as a fucking animation, him breaking the fucking windows, riding on a dragon, and then the scene at the end where when we're all saying our goodbyes to him, that fucking crushed me. It was like, fuck, that was so good. God damn it, Pulse.
I would say for me, it was probably when we were in Sanctuary when I was doing the Horror House of Gillian Werewolves.
Oh my god.
By far my favorite. Because it was just, I had goosebumps the whole time. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I loved it.
The what of Gillian werewolves?
The horror house.
Yo,
A
no,
little
you
more
gotta
announce it.
pronunciation
I
was
can't halfway
needed.
through.
The whole
Both
of
of them
Gillian
are
werewolf.
accurate.
Here's the thing. I don't watch the show, so I just took what I heard the first time as truth. I was
Yeah,
like,
I
"Ah,
wasn't
this
here
happened
for
in the show
that, so
now."
yeah, I took that at face value.
The Gillian brothel episode.
Mara had his Shrek moment. That's so real, actually, though. He broke through the glass on a
Oh my god,
dragon.
it is.
Have you, this is completely irrelevant, but have you guys seen the meme where it's the House of Dragons next to Shrek TikTok, where it's just it's the exact same scenes?
No, that's awesome.
Yeah,
though.
it's
have.
amazing.
Really
It's
funny.
amazing.
Art imitates life.
I also love Vorton going. I love the episode where you guys had 2 collective brain cells and we're in Saracen. I'm gonna be so real. We had a moment like that very recently, actually, to where just humor was the only thing that came from anything in that moment.
2 collective brain cells in the
That
it
was piss. That was piss water.
Yeah, that was the piss.
And everybody
Crow's face
loved
was
it.
confusion. You were there.
I
You were there
was.
for the piss, Crow. Come
yeah.
on.
You know, I think I would remember the piss water. If I-
Remember
You were
the
there.
desert town with the 3 towers?
Oh yeah,
and
the piss
yeah.
water. You're
More
drinking
like
worm
There
pee.
piss.
I was the one that said it. You're drinking worm pee. Never mind. I remember this.
I think
God.
the first thing that came to mind in terms of favorite episodes to record was the episode after I had made the Faye deal with the mask, and just like everyone just sitting there like, did he do it? Did he not? And like just making whatever dialogue I said so vague that you couldn't actually tell. But my second answer, I think what it was actually more fun, was the oh fuck, I just had it and then I forgot it. Shit, I forgot about it because we are talking about piss water.
I got mine. I got mine. If you want to
yeah,
think
I
on
got
it.
it. I remember it was. I remember the episode where we got to Pitloom, in the autumn forest, and I think that was just like something about, I don't know what it was, but something about Pitloom and like that area really just like scratched that like world building, loving part of my head where I was just like, oh yes, this is so cool. Oh, this is so weird for no reason except for to be weird and cool. I love it.
I also
Crow,
think
do you want to tell them why the reason was there was so much effort put into Pitloom?
because it was the only
You go right ahead.
Yeah.
I was supposed to meet you guys there, but I couldn't play, so we had to shift the plans around.
It's Twink's hometown.
It's where I'm
figured-
from.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
we met
So
his mom
yeah,
there.
so
But...
the original plan was to meet you guys there when I came back to play, but then I couldn't make it, so he had to kind of shift around what was going on.
Oh man.
Yeah. Pitloom still would have had all that same world building, but that's the reason it had so much effort put in, despite the fact that you
Right.
were there for like
You guys
a
probably,
day.
I mean, you guys probably would have never went there if I didn't suggest meeting you guys there to cryo.
I think it was also really cool because it was the one time in the campaign after like we had truly kicked up like Twinktania and like made all these allies to where it was like we did just feel like refugees, like felons, like we had to hide underground. We were not the heroes right then. We were wanted. Like, and I think that was really, really neat.
I have mine, and I will continue to say this is my favorite. Obviously, I continually always said it was my favorite. It never wavered. It was the session with the submarine. Everything in that session was absolutely insane. Everybody splitting off, doing their own tasks. There was the Archibald stuff. There was the Agrahill Amber stuff, all collectively coming together with the engine, and then ending with all of us in a life or death scenario that really I did not think we were gonna make it out of. And there was also like the hollow feeling of like, yeah, Dolus and Twink are fine. Everyone else is not. I'm terrified of water. I am so afraid of water. And that like hit me. Everything about that entire session was so unbelievably cool. And then like it felt really like it was like a tick down timer.
Yeah.
Of like you got to do something. Everybody teleport out. And I think Dolus grabbing Twink and them like going in was almost like a like dodging out of the way of like a bomb in that way. It's like a quick like
Yeah. I mean,
I love that. It was so it is still to this day just like one of my favorites. Along with that, like getting I don't have the significance of Archie as much as others may do. Because I did not have the experience with Archie as much. But I know it was incredibly cathartic to finally get him back. And then obviously like I'm biased because the Agrihel stuff was like really cool, and it was like a this is where I'm gonna go from here. But everything coming together was just, it was so cool.
I mean, it was really like the climax of the event too, because it was like we had just killed the first body of Martin. We got the engine, and then that also kicked off the chain of events where like Matthias died, like Matthias was taken, and it showed
we all
everybody
got split at the end.
Yeah, and it showed everybody like doing their best to save everyone, but not having the resources. Like Doc begging to Meridian and then getting thrown to Fort Dawn, without anybody because he was just
really
trying his
funny.
best, but he had no he didn't have the resources.
Everybody being split was just such a out of all of that. If all of us had ended up safe, it would have been really. If all of us had ended up together, I actually think I would have liked it less because there was it's just that cherry on top of like. And now at the end of all this, you're over there, they're over there, and they're in the Underdark.
And I mean, it was
So it's like even after the battle is over, even after the fray has ceased, now we have to pick up these pieces again, and they're in the Underdark.
it was so sobering too, because it was like we didn't save everybody. We had to let innocents die. Which was really tough for a lot of the characters.
I don't know if I ever brought this up, but it was just like, if I remember correctly, in terms of like timing and how things happen, that was one of the events that was like pivotal to like, you know, Dolus's whole character arc, and it's just like trying to save everyone and then having that moment where it's just like we either save ourselves or we all die. And then just like that feeding into like, this is what we get by playing Martin's game the way he wants us to play it, essentially. Like we lose. We can't always win.
We become the assholes.
Yeah, no matter who no matter who loses, I win.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kay, because it was 2 sessions later where me and you were drinking in the house in the Underdark.
Yeah.
And that was a big thing, if I remember correctly, for you specifically.
What about
God,
you,
the Underdark
Oz?
is a fun one.
So
Yeah,
I
Oz,
have
what's
Which of
your
the 8
favorite?
did you like?
Yeah, I have fewer episodes. I really liked 116, Kieran like hopping in for 45 seconds just to be
That might be my least favorite.
because one of the things,
Were you even in that episode?
I think
He-
and Oz
Yeah, I tried
Oz
to
is
kill
probably
him.
about to confirm this. Oz had everything ready because he 100% was like, they're gonna try and kill me. I'm gonna have all these spells prepped to not get killed.
not only did I know they were, I knew Ian was going to try. So I had stuff prepared. I had multiple teleportation methods ready because I'm like, something might happen and Kieran needs to get out. The reason I liked it is because a theme that evolved with Kieran more accidentally in the time he was there is the definition of good, like in a celestial sense, being a deep inconvenience to everyone else. So when you have a character that is ostensibly trying to do good, but you can't trust that they're going to work in the best interest of the party, because in that moment, Kieran did the one thing that is the worst possible outcome for the party, but it's the like bigger picture of the whole thing with Kieran is that he doesn't know really what he's doing half the time anyways. He's just like, well, this is probably the correct thing to do here. Even if by all means he's either being weird or an asshole.
That episode was so painful because not only did we fail to kill the Nameless, which was at that time like our goal, then Oz was there and Kieran was there. I was like,
just
man,
icing
can
on
this
the
day get any
cake."
worse?
Yeah, it's not just losing, it's losing to Kieran.
Yeah.
It's like losing chess to a dog.
your words, not mine.
I was
We did get
absolutely like,
Raiden
I'm
back.
gonna fucking kill this guy.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely murdering him.
And then unfortunately, he had to go and be useful for the rest of the campaign.
It was the
Off
thing too
screen.
of like long
Yeah.
scale with retrospect. It's very good you didn't kill Philly, like, but it's only something you realize like 30 episodes later. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
Kieran helped.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mike.
Oh.
Well, I don't know what happened there.
not
Well,
anymore.
that was
Fake
on
camera, fake
eight
camera.
You
episodes.
can again last
Now-
night.
This is a higher power telling you
Big
you were
camera.
wrong.
No.
Um,
Cryo, what about you?
Oh, I said it was recording. I don't know.
That's
If
right,
we're
right,
talking
right.
about just cool moments in general, I like a moment that I really loved doing. I mean, oh god, I
You don't have to pick just one. You can pick multiple if
Yeah.
you want.
that's true. I loved the final fight in Sanctuary versus Starlost Twink.
Oh,
I loved the land rising and ripping apart around you guys as you were fighting. The first time you guys got to use the railgun against the fucking dragons, that was also so sick. Because that was a combination of like me giving you the option and then you guys turning it up to like 11. Which was fantastic. Because you guys could have just left and then Ian was like, no, we're going to shoot those fuckers. And I was like,
What's the point of
yeah,
having a gun
all
if
right.
you're not gonna shoot it.
Exactly.
Oh,
Also,
that was the
Alina
session I would have
succeeding-
died.
Oh yeah, you totally would have gotten murdered by that dragon.
Because
Oh,
I
Raviv
banished the
would've been
dragon and we
next
did the
to
we did the
Right.
numbers. I would have
Yep.
insta died.
yeah.
Yep. I think it's probably one of the most cinematic like moments, and it was so cool because it was just I didn't fudge it at all. When Alina jumped off of top tier with the fucking blue dragon chasing her and banished it, that was a roll. I didn't fudge that. Like you guys would have had to just fucking deal with that dragon if I had rolled well.
Ooh, that's so
it's
true.
just a cool moment.
Sorry, Samwise brought up the only time that I actually used Hickory's divine intervention.
Mhm.
That
Oh yeah.
that was one of the big moments to where it was just like, no matter what, I've screwed something up permanently. Because I think Cryo, we've talked about it since, to where it was like Hush wasn't probably going to die if I had just let that ride.
Well, yeah, no. Hush would have been super fucked up, and you guys would have had to go fight Agrahil Delilah, which would have been a nightmare. But you know,
Well, even then,
like Hush, essentially Hush would have had to do exactly what he did of going to the Amber and like completing himself. You guys just would have had to do it, you know. Also dealing with an eldritch monster possessing the most powerful mortal on the planet.
Marcy,
I
there was
have
a
that-
solid reason I
Oh.
didn't use that power more. And it was because Cryo warned me if anything was longer than like a minute, it was gonna start getting bad.
Well, because Noah specifically was like, I want my divine intervention to be I go back in time.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, but you realize that has a lot of repercussions, right?
And I did. It was it was a long discussion to where we realized the gravity of being able to do that. Because Cryo was like, okay, yes, but
I also did put a big
Question.
pin in. Oh yeah, go.
So, Agrahil took control of one of Delilah's simulacrums, right?
Mhm.
So then, if we had continued on with that time, would the other Delilah simulacrums have come and helped us with this combat against? Like, how would that have gone?
Delilah would have been, because her simulacra all hive mind, Delilah and Agrahil would have been fighting over simulacrum that entire time, which was my above the table explanation for why he didn't just smite you.
Okay.
He was going to leave because Delilah was actively fighting him for control, and then it would have been like, you guys would have had maybe Delilah helping you or maybe a nerf from him. I hadn't decided at that point. But it was going to be one of those things where she was like, I can't really actively help you right now because I have to keep 6 other versions of me from taking over the world right now. So, it's fun. You also would have met actual Delilah sooner versus just Simulacrum because she would have had to
Honestly,
step out of retirement, basically.
I really liked having it when it was. Like, having it at the very end of the campaign where it was already, like, it was done already, pretty much. And we meet this Delilah, it's like, she's not this perfect, like, she's not this perfect pinnacle of magic. She's a little old. Like, she's graying. She's got some wrinkles. And right now, she just wants to be Hush's mom. Like, that was a very big moment.
Ardalin, too.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Ardalin would have joined us for that fight. Because Ardalin doesn't have...
Ardalin absolutely would have been with you for that fight.
Ardalin was so fucking cool. No bias.
No bias at
bias.
all.
Yeah.
Love Ardalin.
All
right. What's the next question?
Oh yeah, this is a solid one. So Sonic2188 asked, at several points the crew could have just given up and let Martin win or joined him. What drove them to specifically keep that fight going?
I wanted to play the game. I wanted to keep playing the game.
I think they mean from a character standpoint, but fair enough.
I think Lotus said it at one point in time of like, you know, the entire time I imagine Lotus didn't really understand completely the scope of what was going on. She just understood that the people she cared about didn't like what was going on. And so I think she said something along the lines of like, this is the world that the people that I love live in, and so that's why I'm gonna fight for it. And yeah, I mean, she's a kid. She has 8 intelligence. Even with the 19 intelligence from the headband, I didn't think of it as she now suddenly understands everything super well. I took it as she doesn't have brain fog anymore. She can understand concepts that like a person her age would normally understand, but things that has to do with like existentialism and like things beyond the surface of save the world by fighting and punching things and kicking things in the dick. Like, she definitely would not have understood it.
I think that was actually something you did really well with Lotus, was like, yeah, even when she got the headband, she was smarter, but she was still a smart 12-year-old. Like, she was as smart as a 12-year-old could be, and nothing past that.
She was a smart and wise 12-year-old who doesn't know how to put words together, because that's where the 8 charisma comes from.
Yeah, I think Twink's perspective on the whole thing was like, his whole mantra is advancing society. And that is the whole thing Martin was trying to take away. And so for him, it was like a no-brainer. Like, this cannot happen. Like, there's no point of my existence if this happens. So I'm willing to risk that to prevent it. So, I mean, it was pretty easy from his perspective on keep fighting. Like,
with that. Crow? What was Hush's purpose for fighting Martin?
Oh, Lotus. Specifically because of the talk that they had after, because there was a good point there where Hush was kind of leaning towards like listening in a way. Not he was like, I'm gonna side with Martin, but he was like, You know, I'm really on my my anti-god kick right now, and Martin is also kind of on an anti-god god kick, and he's making some sense. And then he was a bit misguided, and then he had the conversation with Lotus where like it was designated of like we are fighting because this is our home, and our home is with the people we love, and everything around him was something that Lotus loved, he loved, and then there was the hug from Petrie, and it all came together to be like, okay, I exist, and I'm going to fight to save my home. And that was the turning point of like, that is him fighting now. That is why he is going to never waver from this, because if he does, he loses his home. And he's never really known one too much. And he has one now.
That's so cute. Dude, that was such a banger episode for me. Holy shit. I don't know what the fuck I was on. But first I called Raiden selfish that episode to get him to talk to Fairmont. And then I had that talk with Hush. Holy shit.
Big
that literally
brain
shifted
Ray
his
that
entire
episode,
view.
huh?
I was still having him being a little on the fence, and that shift, I was like, all right, he's not confused anymore.
Your home doesn't have to be a place. It can be a person.
Yep.
I think largely for Hickory and Doc, originally it was just loss of life. Like, it was very clear that Martin didn't care who got in the way. They just needed to get out of it. And Hickory and Doc don't really like that standard of thinking. But it did shift at one point, and it's part of the reason that they ended up splitting was that it became something to where it was like they wanted to reason with Martin. They understood that the things Martin was saying were wrong, but more wrong in their reasoning and their methodology than fundamentally being something wrong. So when they agreed, they were kind of trying to use it as a last chance to reason with Martin, despite the fact that they weren't going to slap any conditions on it. It was just kind of like, can I like poke at his brain just right to potentially change his mind? And in the end, there were a lot more factors that went in, but like that was a large part of the reason that their fight kind of shifted at the end of, can we save Martin? Can we find a third way to save the world?
I think for a real answer, I had sort of alluded to it a couple of times throughout the campaign. I think the closest I got to, I don't exactly remember if I had gone into it, but like the closest I got to talking about it in full was talking with Mara, I think during one of our watches. But from the very beginning of all of the campaign, from like session 1, from backstory time of when Dolus and Lotus got separated from Raiden, and in Dolus's mind, he was never going to see Raiden again. And so he sort of understood that at the time he was the de facto like guardian for Lotus, and Dolus's motivations for the first like more than half, and even like later on, but his biggest driving force initially was just that he wanted to, because he knew that he was going to die if things went normally age-wise, he was going to die before Lotus, and so he wanted to leave her in a world that, although it isn't one that she's from, that it's a world that she could be proud to live in. And just the way that things were going, it's like, well, if I don't do anything, and if I don't try and stop things, these weird things that are happening, there's not going to be a world left to live in, presumably. But then, after a certain point, it became that was sort of always in the background, but then it was Dolus had said it a few times during the campaign, where it was just like, basically, like Martin, he felt like he wanted us to. Dolus felt like Martin wanted us to give up because he was just so much grander than us, and like we had no choice, like we had no shot. But it's like he said a few times, it's like as long as we don't give up, we're still in the fight. Like we still haven't lost. And that means there's a chance that we can win. And whether or not he actually believed it when he first said it, it was what he started believing after that. Yeah.
It's really funny because I really remember that conversation you had with Hick where Dolus said the moment we stop is when we lose. And that has put such a big impression on me that I take that into my personal life. And so
That's actually great advice.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
It's really good, like, perseverance dialogue.
Mhm. And so it's like, and I really like Dolus, no bias. And so it's like, anytime like I really fucking don't want to do this shit, and it's like in Dolus's voice, the moment you stop is when you lose. I'm like, fuck, you're so right. I just
And
keep going.
And that's why Ray caffeined up for today's Shanties.
Yeah. It's hot chocolate, but you know.
That's why Ray hot chocolated it up for the
You have
Shanties.
caffeine in your hot chocolate? What the fuck?
Hey, that's a
chocolate
thing.
has caffeine in it.
Oh.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Hey, you learn things.
It is
Welcome
true.
to welcome to
It's true. Anyway.
Starlost.
Cryo, this one is sort of aimed more
Sure.
at you. Lily asked, the reason for certain characters having golden eyes being the ability to cast 9th level spells,
Yes.
or
Isn't
having
it-
done...
Entertainment show.
His
Yes. The reason why certain characters having golden eyes for casting a 9th level spell is super cool, but ultimately it's fairly inconsequential world building. Are there any other silly little silly little just like I just think it's neat world building things that you've built into Starlost like that?
The planet of Starlost is smaller than Earth, but it's denser, so the gravity is the same.
I like it.
Huh.
Yeah. It also rotates slower, which is why it still has a 24-hour day, even though it's smaller. Like, essentially, I just
Convenient.
wanted Starlost to be a smaller planet than Earth. And I was like, what's all the math I need to do to make this work? Yeah. Also, on the note of the gold eyes, because I know a lot of people have asked this question, is it when you cast a 9th level spell or when you cast any spell at 9th level? And it's any spell at 9th level.
There you
It's
have
just
it.
way less dramatic to cast shield with a 9th level spell slot and have your
Yeah.
eyes turn gold.
Yeah, a lot of people.
There's
You could,
There's
it
an-
just wouldn't be.
inconsequential thing that I think I asked you like a few weeks ago of Starlost being on an axis, but the axis isn't as extreme, so the seasons don't vary as strongly.
Yeah, exactly. So there's I've put a lot of thought into how Starlost as a planet, as a globe, works in its little solar system, which is never gonna be relevant to you motherfuckers.
I might be, bro. You went and invented an entire new galaxy.
Yeah, but that's way the fuck over there. That's way the fuck-
They got
Like, Cryo,
spaceships,
what
bro.
It's in the other room.
What happens at Mage's Isle? There's just a place called Mage's Isle that never gets brought up.
Mage's Isle has I have lore for that whole place. I don't know if you're ever gonna go there or it's ever gonna be relevant. It has lore. I built in things. It's
Can we
just-
get surface level lore for that place? Because that's also somewhere out I saw on the map and I was like, what the fuck's up with that?
It's an Isle
There
of
are no
Mages.
mages at Mage's Isle.
What?
No
What
mages.
the fuck?
Nice.
It came from there was an old local legend from people who saw the island out in the distance and they would see lights at it at night and they would be like, "Oh, that's where the magic people go and do creepy stuff. It's the Mage's Isle." And then they went there. It's got like natural crystal deposits that would reflect.
It's a quarry.
So eventually, what was like a tower was built there that mages from the Empire will like go to, but that was centuries after it was named Mage's Isle. It was not named it for any actual magic.
I remember making the map and putting on Mage's Isle, and I was like, if there's ever a fantasy like bait location of here's something cool, it would be a place called Mage's Isle that no one has showed any interest in.
Mage's Isle sounds like a Disneyland ride.
All right, hang on. I have to acknowledge what Marcy just said in chat. Imagine if Cryo was actually an alien and they actually just told a story from real life people from another galaxy. That's just SF. That's just SF.
Yeah, that is actually the character.
That is what SF does. Except I guess in some cases SF writes a little ahead.
Like what some television shows inspired by a true story.
Yeah.
Inspired by not a true story.
Yeah.
Like,
Inspired by a fake story.
there was a
The
dude
story
with that
actually
name,
started.
but nothing else is real.
This actually started as a story from another world, and then the episode 3 happened or whatever. We went to the
Yeah, we
astral
fucked
sea
it
for a
all
second. Yeah, it diverged from there.
So according to rumors I've started.
What did you say?
And also, just to hit this real quick, everyone asking what the deal with the water genie is. Watch Scattered.
Oh.
You will get your answer, but we'll give it to you right now as well.
Yeah. If you watch The Scattered in Water, you get to meet the goddess of water, Aelia, who implies later into the session that she has a history of granting wishes, and that she usually would use those wishes to fuck with people. The reason all of the other genies don't talk about the water genie is because when Esterox, the god of elements, came to them and asked them to become gods and join the pantheon, she was the only one who said yes, and they all see her as a sellout. So, yeah, that's why the plane of water doesn't have a genie lord, because it has a god who used to be a genie lord.
I do just love the concept of the genies looking at her like she got a sponsor and just like, you fucking sellout.
Hollywood.
They hate her guts. Because also her being there can't be other genie lords. Because the way genies in Starlost work is they're a fraction of like elemental power from their plane, which is also when they die, they just disperse back out into elemental power. So she being a god means all that elemental power that could make a genie lord is just stuck in her. So there will never be another genie lord of water.
Unless
people keep asking like what happened to the water genie, and I was sitting here, I don't know, maybe it's just because we recorded the Scattered so long ago, and so it's just become like it has baked itself into my mind, and it's just like no knowledge, but I'm just like, wait, you guys don't know what happened to the
yeah.
I feel like I got that like the first time that they mentioned there's not a water genie,
But there
and
is a water
a
god.
water god.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, the water genie became the water god. That's like
also-
the easy. It's like connect the dots with 2 dots. Like there's what else would happen?
I love in general, because so many people ask that question, and because it wasn't Shanties time and I knew when the next one was, I was just like, just watch Scattered. And people would look me in the eyes and go, no. I'm like, you're not gonna get your answer.
What does Aelia think about specifically Dolus? Because Dolus, we know how the other genie lords think about Dolus. Like they all like him to various extents, but like what
I
does
think he's silly.
Aelia think?
Aelia thinks about Dolus pretty much the same way most of the gods do, which is just like, damn, he got all of the other genie lords to agree on something. That's crazy. Like, she doesn't really have a big personal opinion of him. Most of the Pantheon doesn't have really strong personal opinions about you guys. Like, you have a few gods who have picked some of you and have been like, yo, I like that one. But Aelia is not one of those. She's very neutral to all of you. Like, she's glad that the planes are back in balance thanks to you guys, but that's just because she's in charge of one.
That's
Do any
fair.
of the
Okay.
gods like Dolus?
Yeah, no, wait,
which-
now you gotta tell us
which
which
god-
gods like all of our
Yeah, yeah.
characters.
Because you were like,
Ryo.
there are a few
Way to
gods
go.
that like
Pantheon.
pick
Yeah,
you.
you had to drop that in there. Now
I
you
don't
gotta
know
tell
any
us all.
gods that like me a lot.
Yeah.
We know the one that likes Twink because she literally claimed him.
Yeah,
in the fucking
Make it,
afterlife.
gotta make it whistle, dude. What's that with? Come on.
Hey man, she stopped whistling after you said it was a problem.
Yeah, she was gonna shut up.
I know, but then it would have just been silence forever.
I
took
missed
a
my
vow.
friends yapping.
So Marlena likes Twink. The twins don't really have a god that has particularly taken to them. No offense, Noah.
Literally
I
the
like-
cleric of one of them, but fine.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm like, okay, if we're counting Bahamut, who's sort of
He's
a
dead,
god right
but
now,
he is a god.
then Bahamut has taken a liking to you. But Bahamut likes all of you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bahamut's
it's
a
friend
friend
to
to
all.
all. So
Yeah.
That's a cop out answer. No, it's not.
Hush, Tiamat actually likes you.
Yeah, I knew it. Let's go. It's like there's no way any good gods like Hush. Let's go see him at.
Oh, bye,
Kieran's got a lot of celestials that are down with Kieran, but they're like all angels and stuff because they're all Nobelia's little circle.
This is selfish. Did Meridian end up liking the twins by the time they separated?
Meridian didn't really have a concept of like or dislike yet. Like
Fair.
Meridian was still dealing with the like existence and causality.
That's true.
If you had given it time, Meridian would have hated you. No offense, but like it not because of your personality,
Because
but
of
because
circumstance.
Meridian's like Martin. Like
Yeah.
you give them enough time and they just hate everything.
Well, that
'Cause
was what-
they're-
That was why the twins gave him back. Because
yeah.
they were literally like, you're turning into Martin. Like, you're becoming angry.
Yeah, and Meridian would have just gotten madder as the campaign went on.
Yeah, Noah L, no higher being likes me.
Lotus, Ymasir likes you, the god of thievery and trickery.
I thought you would have said Ariakata.
I mean, Ariakata likes all of you because you're all crazy. But Ariakata hasn't like picked one of you and is like, that's the one that I like. He's just like, I like that little gang right there. Dolus, for you, it's probably Basir, because he's like, his whole thing is judgment and being just. And you don't always nail it, but you try.
Damn, I'm
Yeah,
the only one that
that's how
doesn't
the
have a god
campaign-
that likes me.
You got
I
Bahamut.
got
dog.
Tiamat. I win.
Saying Bahamut likes you is like being like, I talk to someone all the time.
Jesus
Siri."
loves you.
Yeah, my golden retriever really likes you. It's like every golden retriever likes everybody.
My
Or
mom
is
likes
that
me.
Santa?
I have friends.
Yeah. My god likes me. All right, cool.
I was gonna say, sorry, this is backtracking. Wait, a bit like a previous question. I just had thought about saying this and I forgot. I just remembered it. When Hush, it was back to the question of like continuing forward, and like you'd mentioned like Hush had like his whole thing about like kind of listening to Martin and whatever. I was gonna say, when you were going through, when Hush was having that whole like phase of like, I don't really care about humanity and like I don't care about people. I don't enjoy like life. I absolutely had in my mind like, if this kind of conversation happens / starts while Dolus or like gets to a certain point while Dolus is like wearing his mask, he might try and fucking kill you. He might see you as a threat. Like,
Bring it on. Bring it on. Let's go. You would
Like-
one-shot me.
yeah,
It depends on if I get a turn.
If you roll higher on initiative than me, I'm getting wrecked. One Eldritch
just like,
Blast.
"Bill,
I got this."
Like, let's go save the world. I don't really care about humanity. You're a liability. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Banishment.
I think. Oh God, Lotus wouldn't kill Dolus, but that would be a lot of.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot.
He never did get there, but I was just thinking, I was like, man, if I remember wearing the mask and he starts talking about not liking humanity, I'm like, man, this might go one of two ways.
All right.
Crow, have you picked one, or are you just asking for a new one? Is that your?
Oh, have I picked a question?
I was
Hang on. Lily Flowers out of the Discord asks, what was your favorite thing that you learned about your character that you didn't expect over the course of the campaign? So this is great for you players. Glad I get to ask. What's Crow has an answer already.
I didn't know Hush was dead. I didn't know that. That was just dropped on me, and I was like, yes.
Like, do we mean like lore drops or like things we learned about?
I think it meant like
personality through
character-wise, like you went in expecting them to act one way, and then it felt right to act a different way. But also, lore drops are fine. That's
yeah, it was that. Hush was dead and was not Hush the entire time. That was cool.
Thank you.
Lotus living for longer than 30 years. Because, like, the dad thing, it's like, oh, it was Kylie. And it's like, that was something I didn't expect it because I didn't want to think about it. Like, I wanted whoever the dad was, if it ever came up, to be, like, a complete surprise. And it's like, if I had put all the context clues together, I probably could have figured it out, but I didn't want that. And so I just left it alone and pushed it to the side. I was like, it'll come up if it ever comes up. If it doesn't, whatever. The fact that they can live for longer than 30 years, fuck yeah. The fact that they're, like, because of the product of the fact that Coyotes are dead, and so that they're genie and, you know, eventually genie stuff, fuck yeah. I think one thing from the very start in terms of, like, how character acting was, is Lotus was not meant to be chaotic. She was supposed initially she was supposed to be neutral good, and that was what my character sheet on D&D Beyond had her listed as. And then we started playing the sessions. I was like, I play her chaotic neutral. I kicked a knife into a guy. That's not something you do if you're neutral good. Well, and I changed it on D&D Beyond, so yeah.
I think it would be hard in general to play a kid not chaotic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kids are very bad with
I think it
impulse
just comes
control.
with the territory. Like, that's just...
I think with Hickory and Doc, the biggest thing was I did not expect for them to go through the arc of stop being a martyr. I really did think at the end of the day I was going to probably end up sacrificing them. Like, if it really came down to it and it was like either you win and they die or you lose and they live, I was always willing to make that sacrifice play. And over time, just kind of learning that it was like, yeah, no, like, this is... you ever seen that clip of Brennan Lee Mulligan to where he's like, and then Erica called me out about this thing. I was like, no, that's just what you do. And then it like opened the door and they found me. Yeah, that was what it was a lot of it was just like, you put them in harm's way constantly just for like, just because you have the need to save everybody. I'm like, yeah, that's a character trait of Hickory and Doc.
Yeah. That was definitely also me imposing a bit of I'm playing the character, so of course I'm going to take some of my own morality and reflect it in some of them. But when Arlashna is like, there is no honor in being a martyr for a cause that no one asks you to martyr for, I believe that personally. I think it's always way better to live and help a cause than it is to just be like, all right, I'll sacrifice myself and that will be great for everybody. It's like, no, that's just going to make some people sad. And then they'll still have to deal with the problem after you're dead.
You ain't fart buckle.
But yeah, I think that was really the big one. And then Hickory and Doc being a way more unified force. They were not supposed to get along super well as the campaign went on. It was supposed to be more of an internal fight for control originally, but as the story went, for some reason it just felt so unnatural to kind of have them want to be in control, want to get separated for their own selfish reasons, and instead it became a much more like unified force overall.
Ironic that it became a more unified force about being separate.
Yeah.
I think for me, there was going into, like, before the campaign started, like when I was thinking about Dolus and how he would behave and act, like, I think before the campaign started, I always sort of visualized him as like Lotus's scary shadow, who was just sort of always there with her and like was just like, is like the fucking she asked for no pickles, like
yeah,
right
the
behind
scary
her.
dog privileges.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there were a couple of big turning points, but I think it was the combination of progressing the story with the party, Lotus getting stronger and then also smarter with like the headband, and then the introduction of Hush, I think all sort of culminated together. And I think the big thing that I learned and that Dolus sort of went through was this feeling of like he doesn't have to be there to protect her all the time anymore. Like not only can she fend for herself, but there are other people who care about her. And then the biggest thing that I didn't expect going into this, I did not expect to get into a relationship as this character. And so I think then that all of that leads into this big thing where, although, yeah, of course, like Dolus like trusted Lotus in that, like, you know, in the way of like they always got each other's backs and they'll like, you know, help each other. But like with Alina, there was like a person for him where he felt like he could like fully put his trust into, like, you know, like they will be here for me, sort of thing. And having someone care for him the same way that he cared for his sister, and like being able to see that and finally being able to relax a bit was just that whole like part of his character was not something I had thought of at all, but it just sort of came to be.
I think for Twink, his thing would be probably the relationship he actually had with Lotus and Hush. When I was going into this, I never would have thought that he'd be like, oh, children, fuck that. Like, that was my intention. Like, kids, get the fuck away from me. It wasn't that. It was more of a caring relationship than I really anticipated from Twink. While they may not have liked Twink a lot, that was his intentions. Don't give me that look, Crow. You were mad at Twink half the time.
Yeah, but I still like Twink.
But yeah, that would be the
I like my
kind of
dog, but I'm mad at him sometimes.
that would be like, that was kind of like, oh, That's a weird dynamic I wasn't expecting with this character.
I thought of one more that isn't war related. If that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh wait.
Yeah, the
Oz.
only one who hasn't answered yet is Oz, I think.
Oz, go first. You go first because you haven't said anything.
Kieran,
I forgot you were here.
a lot. So did I. A lot of Kieran being weird was it ended up being more pushed than I was expecting it to be because it was just something like how the roleplay worked out. And so that whole part of Kieran was something I just kind of leaned into after the first like 2 episodes. Because having like putting Kieran in that position really was what made me think more about like what it means to be a young kid with a warlock like pact, because you're essentially having this long-lived powerful deity asking a child to do their work for them to some regard. So even if it's good and even if it's the right thing happening, it is still like being a child in this position where it's like I have a lot of power and suddenly responsibility to do something that I don't fully understand. And having to like essentially improv this whole half of Kieran's story kind of made me rethink like how that operates in all D&D or any fantasy world, really.
I remember a conversation I had with you way back when Kieran was still around. So it's like the early single-digit episodes. And I remember you telling me that Lotus and Kieran were meant to be super similar in like the
Yes.
neutral, good, happy-go-lucky like kid kind of way. So it's really funny how that like split.
I remember us talking about that like really early, even I think before session 0 of Kieran was supposed to take more liking to Lotus, supposed to hang out with Lotus a lot more. But then when like in the position of Kieran, I'm like, okay, Kieran was originally gonna look at Lotus like, oh, a younger sibling character. Kieran had younger siblings. But then I considered more of Kieran being a powerful child who lost his siblings, then looking at Lotus like he would feel guilty being there or trying to have any sort of like relationship with Lotus. And that's why it kind of like didn't really make a lot of sense going on, because Kieran still feels bad about abandoning his siblings. So watching a little kid would just make him feel bad, basically.
Mhm.
Wait, how
I
old
didn't
is
even know
Kieran?
that happened.
19 start of campaign.
I did not know that he was a kid.
Yeah.
I thought he was like 30.
Teenager.
You thought he was like 30, did you say?
Yep. I thought he was like a 30-year-old
That's-
dude.
That is
It's-
crazy.
It's a weird thing that I made Kieran to be intentionally older than me when we started, and I've outaged him.
Yep.
So one more thing that I just remember that I realized while we were talking, with something I didn't expect or I didn't see coming at all with Dolus was how much he ended up respecting and caring about Twink's opinion of him throughout the story. Like anytime, like, because I think there was a moment where Twink had said like that he was like the only other person that he can like rely on, like who was like level-headed in some way, and to Dolus, someone who has been trying his whole life to be like sort of doing the right thing, staying level-headed, you know, whatever, and then getting nothing back from that, like no recognition for it his whole life, and then finally it's just like Twink is like, yeah, I can trust you, like come on, like don't let me down. He's like, oh my god.
I was gonna bring that up actually. It's crazy that you bring that up because I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, another thing I didn't expect was how much I respected Dolus and how he was progressing. And I was like, if you looking back on it now, like Twink was calling the shots, but Dolus at the end he's the leader of the group. And like that's the whole reason why I gave you the deed to Raven. That because you were a leader. Like that's what you were at the end of the campaign. So Twink very much would have seen that too, and I was like, I got to do that.
And it was just like I remember like the one time where he was like, don't get soft on me, Dolus, and like Dolus like took that like like anytime Twink spoke to him directly or like gave his like opinion on him or said something like that, like Dolish took it like straight to heart. He's like, all right, okay, like he's like almost like he was following orders. It's just like, wow, I respect everything you're saying. Yeah.
The thing I realized, because I answered with a lore thing. I literally stopped like everything, or I literally shifted everything with Hush at one point, where he had completely changed as a character, and that was, oh god, that was when he put on the headband of intellect. Because originally the idea for Hush was a little guy who is cute on the surface, but is actually very weird, not spooky, but weird. And doesn't understand like general emotions of people, and doesn't understand most of the things that are going on, and kind of holds to a lot of aboleth ideologies. But then he switched up completely, and he was also super shy and everything. Eventually, he just switched. He went from this lost soul that doesn't know a whole lot and is tracking along using what he can to a complete index, a dictionary, an Animal Planet over here, and is able to like stand up for himself and speak outward. I even stopped, especially when he got aged. Ray had messaged me about it, that they noticed that I was playing him differently. It had completely shifted, because prior I had changed him from being very soft-spoken and not really able to banter with people and not being comfortable to kind of more of a teenage view, where he could push back, he could say what he wanted to, and it happened like right as we had gotten back, and we were we were over in God, what's the Furbog's name? I can't remember his name.
Drenus?
Drenus. We were at Drenus's place. And he had completely shifted how he was as a person, and then when he put on the headband, I completely changed how I played him. He was a smarts. He had when it comes to monsters, he had things on lock. And that just wasn't something that I planned for him. I completely shifted this entire character into a way that honestly was more fun for me, because I have a stupid amount of like D&D monster knowledge, and it let me channel that and feel smart.
Yeah, I remember asking you that because I think the thing that made me realize was I make TikToks, like animatics for Starlost, and I like find audios and stuff that pertains to the characters. I'm like, oh, this would be a really cute idea for so-and-so. And I think I remember I was looking through them, and I think there was one TikTok sound that I was thinking of, and it would have been like, the idea was like, oh, Lotus and Hush is the more like soft-spoken, shy, and I was like, that's not how Hush is anymore. Wait, he's not shy and soft-spoken. Like he's out there now. Like he still has times where it's like clear that he's an introvert, but it's not like the introvert of like, oh, you kind of pull back more. I'm gonna message Crow about this. So
yeah,
that was how I figured it out.
That was very cool.
Cryo,
All right.
what about you?
Yeah.
Was there anything to where it was like you kind of processed Starlost in a different light because of how everything panned out? I mean, like, yeah, we started the country, but like not that skin level.
I also expected Twink to be the leader of the group. And then it ended up Twink being like the logic core of the group, but not the leader. Which was really interesting. Just because Ian has such a dominant personality compared to a lot of us. Like, that's... I don't mean it like that. Don't make weird faces. I don't mean it. Ian is just so to the point compared to so many of us And the way he plays Twink is just so to the point compared to many of the other characters that it was like, yeah, if somebody's gonna end up being the leader of the party, it's Twink, because he'll be the one who just walks up to a motherfucker and explains things. But then, like I said, he ended up being like the little logic core of the group, while Dolus felt more like the leader, and then the kids were like the emotional core, and Annie was like the little intrusive thought part of your brain by the end. And then the twins are just like, all right, let's keep everything on the rails. Let's do our best. Let's keep things managed.
Hickory and Doc are just hurting everybody.
Yeah, you're the sheepdogs.
Or all these different parts of the skull, and then Hickory and Doc, all the different parts of the brain, the Hickory and Doc are the skull.
The
Like,
skull
keeping it all,
holding
like,
everything.
inside.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, it's really funny. Like, I had not ever thought until like, as you got, like, I had never thought of Dolus as the leader of the group, and like now it's just like, yeah, Dolus is the leader of the group. I'm like,
I think I said it.
I don't
after
think
the
one of
first
to me.
I think I said it after the first epilogue, to where I joked. I was like, "Man, it's just tragic that Dolus is the main character of the series. He's got to die." Like,
I don't think any of you are the main character. I think that's why people
was
disagreed
a
with you when
joke,
you said
yeah.
that. Because I don't think anybody is a main character, but it's the same way of like, you watched the Power Rangers, and yeah, the Red Ranger is like always the leader of the team.
Yeah.
But he's not the main character.
Yeah, no.
Does the party like neatly fit into the like archetypical 5-man band? Because I think
No,
you could
'cause
like
there's 6
make
of
some
us.
switches. Yeah, I pretended Kieran. I
Just
pretended
wrong,
Kieran
just
wasn't.
that aspect alone.
No, I was gonna say choose an episode where where Ian is missing.
Choose an episode where
So
Ian.
Yeah, but then there's
second
the
half of the
twins,
show.
so there's still a 6-man party.
Yep. Especially once they split. There was a
Damn.
time where we were a 7-person party.
Hey,
I
no,
was
can we
gonna
figure out how to do 7 cameras next season?
Fuck off.
I think something that sort of just lended to that like idea of Dolus being the leader is just sort of how everyone approaches problems and like decisions, where like sort of chunk of the latter half, where it was just like everyone has their own sort of ways of dealing with like, oh man, we have to decide, are we gonna do this, like what are we gonna do this, and then like some people will like put it off, and other like, you know, try and talk it through. But like as soon as there is an issue or like a problem, like Dolus is like hyper focused, like it sort of has this almost kind of like that like self-sacrificial, like I have to make a decision. If we don't make a decision about things, and things will go wrong. What if I make the wrong decision? You know, he ended up doing a lot of choice making and like a lot of speaking parts, and so I think that sort of lended to that. I know, very ironic that I stutter on speaking parts. But...
I mean, absolutely, but that was with your character growth, and that's what I was saying before. Is like you became that. You weren't always that, and that's part of the reason, again, why Twink was calling the shots, is nobody else was. So he would just go straight out and just call a shot. Like, that's what we're gonna do, and it works because, like Cryo said, he's logic core. So logically, the decisions made sense, but Twink doesn't see himself as a leader. Right. It's just not what he is. He thinks he knows a lot, right? He thinks he can make good decisions, but he doesn't think emotionally like other people do. And those are things that as you grew as Dolus, you became better at making those decisions. More reliable, I guess you could say. You became more reliable.
Yeah. I
Good
think it helps that I as a player and even in like when I DM and when I play and whatever, I fucking love monologuing. I just love fucking talking, man.
I just love talking.
Listen, it is true though. Like if you need to name any of us that like really send a monologue, it's Kay. Kay will send a monologue. Like there are some times where I'm gonna go have a conversation with Dolus, and then like I walk away from that conversation going, I think I need to like.
I think I need to talk to a therapist.
Yeah, I think I need to leave for a month.
Things about myself.
Yeah. So I don't talk to Dolus much.
Let's see. What do we got here? This one is from the Death Game on Discord. For all of us, what was the biggest plot twist in your opinion throughout the whole campaign? What was the plot twist that hit you the hardest?
That's a really stupid answer. I'll try and think of a real one.
I want to hear the stupid one first, though.
Yeah, what's the stupid one? Oh no, his internet's
oh no, I'm breaking up. I can't say it.
Yeah, as soon as it came back, starts doing
Aerogato, Mr. Roboto.
That was all perfect. We didn't miss any of that.
Answer the question, Kay.
The stupid answer was the plot twist that Dolus wasn't a virgin at the start of the campaign.
Honestly,
you go.
I was gonna say like this wasn't like a major plot twist, but the way Socks died was actually like it was a twist on expectations because the entire time you have this sinking feeling that something is wrong. And then when the shoe finally drops, it's like it's not a full twist, but it was enough to just like the knife was already in, and right then was just like that final little twist of like, oh no.
That's a good one. I was a fan of that one.
One of the ones here. Oh, yeah.
I was just gonna make the joke. It's like that Socks, the way you described that, it's like the fucking anime thing. Like, oh, guys, we all made it out in one piece. And they look over and one character has like the fucking big ass hole in their chest.
Guys.
I think
He's
for
right
me,
behind me, isn't he?
the plot twist, it wasn't as much of a plot twist as much as it was like a confirmation for me because I had like suspected it where technically we were the copies. We weren't the originals. And that it kind of makes, I was thinking about it a little bit on the way through. I was like, man, they were here before us. We showed up randomly. I'm like, what if we're the fakes? I never brought it up though, because it wasn't relevant at the time. It was never anything that was like, you know, I'm me and that's what I think. And I would never suspect otherwise. So like, it was never something I brought up as character, but I, as a player, had thought about it. I was like, I could totally see it being this, but I'm not going to mention it. And then you brought it up and I'm like, man, it kind of is crazy looking back on all the things that we did and then understanding that.
I remember we talked about it when Iliac first showed up. And Kylie was like kind of like explained that like Iliac was around and then we came back and then she was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I remember like we debated about if we were copies or not. But then like it wasn't something that was like necessary to think about, so we just kind of like put it under the rug and just like left it for later on.
We literally just went, we're just gonna ignore that.
I remember during the live session, I found out like when I was sitting there that we were the fakes, and I was like, oh, this changes a lot of. You guys, I think, had found out the week before, so you guys had like a week to think about it in character. But sitting there, I'm like, oh, this changes everything for Kieran. Like Kieran is gonna have about 10 minutes to rethink all of his thoughts on this topic.
Well, it was also really, it was one of those things that was really fun for characters. Because, like, by then, it was like, by, like, the final arc, it was like, Hush isn't actually Hush. None of the characters that are around originally are actually who they say they were. And the only, like, stand-ins properly were Hickory and Doc, and then eventually Annie. Like, they were the only people that actually were the people that they were.
Yeah.
Indigo just said it. The real plot twist wasn't that they were copies, but that Archibald made them.
That is true.
Yeah. There's
Yeah, I think
also
with the sorry, go ahead.
no, I just gonna say, there's also something existential to consider there of how much of a person's like base identity can you strip away before they are still themselves? Because like they
Ship
might
of
be the
Theseus.
real
Yeah, I was
ones.
gonna say, how much can
but-
you ship of Theseus, a character, before?
Yeah, exactly. Because they
Wouldn't
might
be
be
the
the
thing.
real ones, but everything that fundamentally made them was kind of broken out of them. Oh, in that 2 months or however long. And so it's like, yeah, that's why Kieran was just like, yeah, but I'm the real one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm the one that left.
Yeah, that's what like that's sort of how Dolus was able to like cope through that was like I am the version of me that like from that moment when we were like when I was created, it's like I am all of my previous memories and emotions, but without 2 months of torture that forced me into a path that I wouldn't agree with. It's like that was sort of like because Dolus especially had a very big like it's us versus them. They are like they are the monsters. Like we have to kill them because they're impersonating us or whatever, or they're copies of us. And I think in the back of his mind, Dolus had thought about like if they were if he was a clone or like the copy, but it was just like I think he sort of just had a point where it was like it is regardless of whether we are the real ones or not. Like it is they have to go because they are trying to end the world, and so it is if it is easier to think of it this way, then I will think of it this way.
Yeah.
Like it's just easier to it's like a thing with like it's like a thing with war where it's like as soon as you see the other side as just enemies, us versus them, it's a lot easier to go to war.
I think that's why recruiting Philly was so interesting to me because now we have somebody who was the original and then she went through that month of torture. So we have both sides of perspective that we could actively talk to and try to understand. I don't know if it was ever made clear on the table, but Lotus and Philly during like travel time, they talked a lot about how they feel about like different parts of their lives, and Philly was a lot angrier than Lotus is because she had that month to just seep in and take like the Vecnos powers into herself, and Lotus would, because she is like the only one who could even come close to understanding how Philly feels. They talked a lot, and like Lotus during that time was basically like her therapist, but also Philly was also her therapist because they're the same person. I just like the birds. I think
Yeah.
they're neat.
One of the things that I found really interesting with y'all having Philly was the fact that where the points where you can see Philly and Lotus as similar, that feels like you're breaking down the character of Lotus to see what is like the most central to making these characters feel like they are. Because that's something I like episode 20 when Starlost Kieran showed up and it was Cryo playing it. I thought Cryo did a really good job because he was Kieran in all of the like mannerisms, and he acted like normal Kieran, except it was all just sinister.
Yeah.
And so it shows like this fundamentally is what these characters are. But once you change their goals, it all just can be read so different. Even though like even Kieran like complimenting Twink is like, oh yeah, that is something Kieran would do. But when he says it, it feels wrong.
That's like one of the things I think about where I'm just like, man, I wish we got more of Iliac. Like I wish we could have seen more of like evil Dolus, you know, because Dolus is already pretty morally gray sometimes, and in his actions and words. Maybe not literally his morals, but like I would have loved to see more of like how you like took that character and like twisted it.
Iliac definitely suffered from being the first Starlost to show up.
I feel like that
I
would be
think,
cool.
especially with how Dolus grew throughout the campaign, I think Iliac could have been a really cool foil.
I would also argue, though, that it did make sense for him to be the first one we encountered, as he would have easily been the first one persuaded with just
We could
Lotus
save your
being
sister.
threatened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like he very easily would have been the first one that would have just gone along with it to protect Lotus.
Mhm.
I do think it was interesting because, like, don't get me wrong, I understand that maybe should have held back a little bit on Starlost Socks, but having
Bro
Socks
started
was-
begging for his life, and you immediately fucking Eldritch blasted him.
but like really thinking about it, it's like Iliac was the first one. We weren't familiar with the situation. Then we dealt with several Starlosts just kind of being evil, and then when Socks showed up, it was when all hell broke loose. Like Martin unveiled his big plan. And so it was actually really interesting to see Starlost Socks in past tense, I guess, if that makes sense, to where it's like really the big effect was like meeting Fina, and like a lot of people were like, Fina's a bitch, and it's like, no, we killed her husband. Like Socks, for all intents and purposes, was still Socks to Fina, the girl he loved. Like he still very much behaved like himself, and it's like we probably could have reasoned with him, but by then the characters were so convinced that there was it was us versus them. And just now, guess what? Them just decided they wanted smoke with the Archmage. Like,
I think it was really funny, and I think it worked so perfectly that the one like quote, like other version of ourselves that we got on our side was Philly, because Philly is absolutely the only one that would be like, oh, there are two of us.
Yeah.
Yippee! And then everyone else would have had,
Every
like,
other one of you would be a
who's the
constant
real
fucking
one?
existential crisis, but Lotus and Philly are just
Yeah.
like, two of me.
yeah.
Two of them.
I think about the perfect dap so often. That was something I was told the other day. I was like, yeah, there's two of us. Fuck yeah.
Just to
I
sneak
know,
a-
I know the Starlost are bad. You know,
Yes.
they're bad. They were evil. They did bad things. Like there was just like a little part of me. I was like, I wish there was a Starlost Hush. I want to know what he could have done. That would have been really scary. But that would have been
some
fun.
real fucked up
Yeah.
shit.
That would have been. What would he have done? Teleported you off?
I
the mountain?
imagine-
Probably.
I imagine Starlost Hush is just like he is like way in the back, and then but like the actual like boss fight against him is fighting like 6 eldritch abominations.
Fucking
Yeah.
And it's
Pokemon
like, oh.
trainer.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
have been a fucking Pokemon battle fighting a Starlost Hush.
It's really funny.
Completely unironic.
For some reason, my only thought was there's Hush going, can I tell you how this thing reproduces? And then there's evil Hush going, I'm going to tell you.
Evil Hush is like, I'm gonna tell you how this thing dies.
Just to get a quick one out, because I
Show
don't
you.
think we've ever talked about this. Ace asked, when is Archibald's birthday? That is
April Fool's Day.
yeah. Just because we're on the topic of the copies and Archibald creating them, I'm like, let's knock that out.
I'll be honest, I never gave him a date, like a birth date.
Time to do it
I-
now.
Well,
I
technically,
should.
his birthday is just whenever they fought Vecnost.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but I also didn't give that a date. Like it was 70 years ago, and I say it was 70 years ago, and that's
70-ish,
it. Like,
and that's
no
it.
point in that. No one's ever been like it was
Dude.
70 years ago, but what month? What
Yeah,
day?
I have it. I got it. The Archibald's birthday is
Arbor
the
Day.
day. No, it's the day that
October 5th?
that the first session of Starlost went up.
Ooh.
It is the beginning of
that was
everything.
cute,
It's
actually.
May
Yeah.
3rd. May 2nd or 3rd or 4th. One of those. May
May
something.
something. It's pinned in our DMs, Ray.
May 2nd or 3rd or 4th or something. I'm
Well,
pretty sure.
May Day.
It
Well,
took all 3 days.
No, isn't it funnier if it's the day we recorded and not the day we posted it? Because
That would have been February 22nd.
how do you know this? I lived it and I don't even remember.
We recorded the first session of Starlost on 2/22.
It was
And
February.
on Tuesday.
Yeah, February 22nd.
That's crazy.
It was
All
not on
right.
Tuesday.
Archibald's birthday in universe is the 22nd of Vredot.
It is
Woo!
Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday.
February,
Yeah, Archibald's birthday is every Tuesday.
Tuesday, mate.
February 22nd, 2021 was when we first recorded
Jesus.
session 1.
We
of
were
Starlost
1 year off
Seas.
of a great date.
God damn.
Yeah.
2/22,
Yeah, that's the day I
22.
met most of
You
you.
could have waited a year and had all twos. Fuck.
On a
You
Tuesday.
fools.
We got distracted just talking about the Starlost.
Yep.
No one else said their favorite plot twists.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, we
yeah.
were.
I
That
forgot.
was the
Is that what that
question.
question was about?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, I was gonna say the exact same thing Ian did. So
I feel like and this kind of goes to, I think, Lily's other question that I don't think we can talk about still, of where the twins are getting their power now. I feel like that has the potential to be my favorite plot twist, but I still don't know the answer. Like,
My favorite plot twist
Is
and
the
it's
one that hasn't happened yet.
yeah.
Redacted.
Yeah.
I think my favorite plot twist was, and it's like, it's a plot twist that it's like, okay, was it the most like unbelievable, like unexpected, like couldn't have seen it coming? No, but I liked it for what it did to the characters. It was the Kylie is the bird's dad thing, because specifically
No, I gotta think of a new one.
You
you
don't
can have the same answer. I think it's just because there was so much building from like session 1 with like Dolus, and like I had thought up of different scenarios in my head over the years of like how Dolus would react to meeting his dad. Would he kill him on the spot? Would he whatever? And like Dolus had thought about those things, and then it was like, surprise, it's Kylie, and it's just like,
Huh?
Oh. it wasn't even like, huh, it was just, oh, well. All of that mental effort I put into thinking about hating this person or whatever, I was fucking you all the time. It was you the
It
whole
was
fucking
me
time.
the whole time.
Yeah.
I've
It's
been
like,
here
well,
the whole time.
yeah, it's just like, well, I guess I don't care anymore now. I have no, like, it's like, what am I gonna do? Like, what am I gonna kill Kaeli? It's just like, okay, well, I guess I don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah. I had run into Crow in real life, and he had told me about the bird's father, like, a year before, and I was like, okay, but now they can't do anything about him because that's where they need to get their power from.
Yeah.
Oz was
I
the
literally
only
just-
one who knew because I met Oz in person when I went to New York, and I was just like, I have to tell someone. Someone has to know.
I literally
I've been
just,
holding
like-
on to this for 2.5 years. I have to tell someone.
I found out, and I felt like the emoji of just like man standing, like just like
Yeah.
arms to his side, just like, well,
Huh.
this is my life now.
Yep.
I'll never live this down.
Nope.
Crow,
Um,
why is that your favorite plot twist?
Wait, what?
Ray, I didn't cut you
Yeah,
off.
Why is
why
that
is
your
it your favorite
favorite?
Crow
plot
was
twist?
also saying his favorite plot twist was Kylie was the bird's dad. I was like, why is that your favorite?
Because that's insane.
Because funny.
Because that
Because
is
that's
absolutely of all the. I was wrapping my head around, and I was just like, "Who could it be? Who dotes on them from afar and like has been present and like who? Fairmont? No.
I think that was my favorite thing as far as teasing it goes, is when Martin was like, "You've met your dad. Your dad has doted on you specifically. You have had conversations with your dad." And at that point, Lotus had talked to Kaeli once, like 80 sessions before that. And so everybody was just like, everybody immediately was like, who is a man who has doted on Lotus in campaign?
I think the fact that we were thinking it was a guy was really like the biggest thing that made, like, because I said that whole thing about, like, was it the biggest, like, whatever. I had not once thought it was Kaeli. Like, I had thought of like 30 different motherfuckers it could have been, and like Kaeli was not one of them. And so it was just like, but I figured it out in the session, like as it was leading up to the reveal. I was like, I know where this is going. Oh my god, it's fucking Kaeli.
I think there was at one point in time where like it might be Kaeli Lamau, but like
it was a
he
joke.
was such
It
an
was funny.
aside. Yeah.
If I had to like give a different one, because there's a couple of them that I really liked. Obviously, Kay really likes that one. I could say like, oh, Hush is dead, but like everyone knows I like that. I think the one that like I was really, really excited about, and everyone else was like, yeah, no, was when we were trying to go to the elemental plane of air, and we're just like, all right, let's go. Tiamat is here. Yes! Yes! And everybody was like, I remember you like explaining it, like the heads of different colors coming up, and I saw a look of confusion. I think it was with Kay, and like a couple of just like, what's happening? I'm just like, yes, I know exactly what this is. I know exactly what this is. I know who's here.
Yeah, dude, because that was mentioned in episode like 14, the Lost episode, 13 or 14.
13, yeah.
Yeah, because Twink had gone to the conference, but I think we lost that. That was the recording that we lost, and it was mentioned that Fagin's party fucking summoned Tiamat, like the avatar of Tiamat. It killed the Draco Lich and then fucked off to like the east towards Dragonlost, and that was the only thing we knew about it. And so being in Dragonlost, I think when we were going there above the table, we were all like, or like after session, we had mentioned like, oh, what if we found Tiamat here or something? But then we continued playing, and it was like, Tiamat's not fucking here. I imagine like if she was, we would know. And then fucking that happening. God fucking damn it.
Can
I had a conversation with one of you. I can't remember if it was Noah, Ray, or Kay, but I remember I had a conversation with one of you, and it was like, what if Tiamat's on the other side of the storm wall? Like, what if she just flew across it, and that's going to be relevant later? Like, what if she's da-da-da-da-da? And I was just sitting there the whole time like, you're going to meet her in like 2 sessions? You have no idea!
There's a thing Cryo does. Like, normally when I ask Cryo a Starlost question, I have no stake, so they'll just tell me the real answer. That was one of the times Cryo just lied to me just cause I was like, it's so weird that like Tiamat, which should be a major problem that everyone's aware of, it's just like a hanging thread. And they were like, maybe they'll come back next campaign, or they'll have to tie it up in an epilogue. And then 3 weeks later,
I didn't know if you were gonna be around for Dragonlost, because that's what it was still up in the air on if Kieran was gonna hang out or not. So I was like, I can't tell you that they're gonna bump into her in like 3 sessions.
Can I just say, by the way, we lost the Dragon God in Dragonlost? Are you fucking kidding me?
Man, a real prophetic vision in naming.
It was just
We're going to Tiamat here.
Yeah.
I love going into that, like when we ended that session with like the Tiamat reveal, and then going into the next session, I was just sitting there thinking, I'm like, man, me as a player, I don't want to die here. But Dolus, he might fucking die here. He's probably gonna fucking say some shit or disrespect this god. And he's gonna fucking die here. Also, I just love that we lost the fucking conference session. I just think about that where it's just like that session we
We
lost.
lost the
is
lore
like,
dump.
No, that like literally is our fucking like no one else is in the room where it happened. Like we don't fucking know what happened in that session. Like nobody had like I mean we know, but like it's like we don't have that on
Yeah.
recording anywhere.
Yep.
We just
That
have our own
session-
word.
That session is why, like, for the Kofi members, that's why my notes started getting progressively longer and longer, because I'm like, if this
If
ever
anything
fucking
ever
happens
happens
again, at least I'll have my notes. Because, oh my fucking god, I remember we were trying to figure out which episode Lotus gave Shoes the ribbon. I hadn't written it down. We weren't going to go through all the fucking sessions again. Maybe it was in 13. And it fucking drove us nuts for literally a couple weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was... Yeah, but that's why now my notes are like fucking... Every session is like 7 pages.
I remember when it happened, there was like a committee of y'all all trying to like, what do we remember? What do we remember that happened?
I thought of one other plot twist, and it does kind of go into the question that I wanted to get to next, which was, what is the hardest decision that each of us have had to make in the campaign? And honestly, it was kind of a plot twist to where it was like, we had just finished the like live session, the one where everybody was in the dream. Hickory and Doc had been out of commission for 4 episodes. I was too busy thinking about socks. We start the next session and Cryo goes, anyway, Hickory, you have to choose to join the Starlost or personally get Matthias killed.
Yeah.
Like that was hands down the toughest decision I have because I think we ended a session on that. Yeah, I think we like ended the like final dream session or something, or started up.
Yeah, countdown ends with everybody waking up, and you wake up to being attacked by the Starlost.
Yeah, and that was something to where because I think we took a break week or something, like 2 weeks straight. Yep. I was constantly talking to you and going like, I don't know what to do. I don't want to be the one that kills Matthias. Matthias is a good character, but like I can't, like, what happens if one of the twins die? Am I going to die? Am I going to be out of the campaign? Am I going to have to make a new character?
Again?
And
I was like,
yeah, and
make a
getting
fourth
absolutely
character?
no answers. And so we go through all of that. That one sucked. Like that was like me getting emotional in that episode was kind of an extension of me. Like I just could only think this is me having a conversation with somebody I actually care about, telling them that I'm about to sentence them to death.
he was chill with it.
He was, but like at the same time,
I had
it
a
was like,
nickel for every time Matthias died in this campaign.
like literally their whole arc was like learn not to be a martyr, and then they had to make somebody else a martyr so they could keep fighting, and that sucked. Like that was awful. And it fucked them up for like the rest of the campaign. That like led a large part of their decisions going forward, even as far as trying to save Martin.
And then Fagin going like it should have been you.
Oh my god, dude. Like yeah, like that fucked them up forever.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Fagin yelling at you in session 100. That was I felt bad in the moment because I yelled and I was like,
it was something to where you actually apologized to me after the campaign. Like Cryo went like, I'm sorry if that was really rough. I was like, it's the practical thing to do. Like it sucked. Like it sucked. And that actually is probably where Hickory and Doc really went through a major change, to where it was just like, I can't be a martyr and I can't sacrifice anybody else. How do I stop as many people from dying as possible?
Ray, you haven't said your plot twist. It's your favorite plot twist
shit,
before we
my
go
bad.
on to the hard decision question.
Um,
Good job segueing into another question, Noah, when we weren't done.
oh my
Beat 'em
fucking
up.
god. The fact that Raiden couldn't die, which led to the twist that Fairmont, or not Fair, yeah, Harmon was fine, and Twink had
Harmon
made
didn't
the
keep real.
fucking wheelchair that many sessions ago. That was so fucking funny. If I'm remembering correctly, Ian wasn't in the session for that reveal, and I messaged him, And I think he just sends me back, what, in all caps.
I
Like,
think it was
He
what,
DM'd me
and then it was
right
that motherfucker can walk.
Yeah. And then he DM'd me the exact same thing.
Immediately.
Except it was one word, and it was, what the fuck do you mean that motherfucker can walk?
Yeah.
I hadn't talked to Ian like that whole week, and then I just get a DM of pure just, what?
Yeah.
God, I love it. My favorite twist, I think everybody knows and won't be surprised by this one, but it's that Lorelai was a dragon.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because it was one of those things that I had established like back in like session like 15 that Lorelai was just really strong. And I remember you guys just being like, oh, she's just like a really strong adventurer. Like she would be like a high level character if she was like a PC. Okay. And then I established that she's weirdly like in tune with magic things that are happening. Like when Tiak got affected and all of you reacted and she did too. And I remember you guys at that time being like, is she connected to the Starlost? But then there was other magic stuff that happened, and she was also the only one who like reacted other than you guys. And then she fought Doc and just fucking bodied him. And I remember Noah being like, what's her bonus? And I'm looking at the ancient red dragon stat block like, it's high.
I love how much plot got revealed from Doc choosing smoke with random friendly NPCs. Like we got so much lore from characters just from Doc going, hey, you want to fight?
Yeah. But then I think the real kicker, before you guys started being like, maybe she's not human, like the thing that made you be like, maybe she's not human, was when Lotus was invisible and Lorelai looked right at her because she has blind sight within 60 feet. She knew right where she was, even though she was invisible.
I didn't clock that at all because I know that fighters can just choose that at like level 2 to have blind fighting. And I'm just like, oh, okay, cool.
Which,
Yeah.
fun fact, did you know that because of our MomoCon campaign when I chose to have blind fighting on my fighter?
I think
No,
so.
I don't remember that. It was just somewhere in my head.
Yeah. It was one of those things where I think it and Kaeli being your dad are the things that I foreshadowed and teased the most before their reveals.
Yeah, I remember I had no fucking clue that Lorelai was a dragon. Even like, I remember very vividly, like, we had known that Lorelai was a dragon, and then like some amount of sessions later, someone had like brought up like breaking, like Lorelai helping us get out of like the camp at like fucking Fort Knox or whatever it was called, Falcon's Perch.
Yeah.
Falcon's Perch.
And then like I was like, wait, what do you mean? And I was like, yeah, you know, we saw the dragon when we were like going away. I was like, oh, that was Lorelai. Like I had like not put the two and two together. I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
I thought that someone just put up a big illusion of a dragon somewhere.
That dragon was
You
fucking
all
shit
had,
up.
Crow, you weren't there for that yet. You joined after everyone just knew Lorelai was a dragon.
Yeah, you told
But-
me like a week before it was revealed.
Yeah, Crow was one of the people who got to know ahead of time. I was like, it's this cool reveal, and he was like, that's cool. But Crow, the actual session was fantastic because I just loved the whole, because they were all just afraid of Vala because they thought Vala was just a shapeshifter that liked to poison people. So they were like, oh, okay, Lorelai is a shapeshifter, and so is her sister, and her sister's also a fucking serial killer. And then
kidnapped Doc.
Yeah, he kidnaps Doc and then pretends to be Hick like all day, and then fucking, I think she grabbed Twink is what it was. She,
right
got
by
Twink
his
the
stupid little
throat.
throat.
And then she starts to turn into a dragon, and Vala turns into a full dragon before Lorelai does. So I remember everyone in that moment putting it together and being like, oh!
Not me. I was just like, wow, Lorelai has a dragon sister.
She must be adopted.
I remember when we were in call cryo, and I was like, what the fuck is Lorelai? Because that was already when it was established that Vala could like shapeshift and stuff. I remember so vividly, you were like, oh, it's part of the PHB. And I'm like,
It's in the monster
What
manuals and
the
shit like that.
fuck? And I remember going through the races, like the PHB races, and I'm like,
I
okay,
did
it's
the
not,
same thing.
it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. Is it a Dragonborn? But I don't remember Dragonborn being able to shapeshift. It wasn't a Dragonborn. It was a fucking dragon.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
had one
Dragonborn
extra
in a
word.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was Dragonborn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was my favorite plot twist. Also, just Ahab being Bahamut, like Indigo said. That was just funny.
Fuck, how did I forget? I'm
Ahab
so
and
sorry.
Toon.
How did I forget about Iceholm, the time-stuck spaceship?
Oh
That
yeah.
was the
Oh
one I
yeah,
mentioned too.
that SOS. I don't even like. That feels like a fever dream. I'm just like, was any of that
Yeah.
real? Did we actually play
I
that?
got cooks with
I'm-
SOS.
If I remember, I think I told Cryo I thought they were dragons before the reveal.
You told me in like it was like the session it was established that Vala was as like had been in the Westwood for like 500 years.
Yeah.
Like 51 when she was hiding somewhere on the ship. Because I mentioned like an NPC was like, yeah, Vala has been in Dragonlost for that long. And some of you were like, maybe she replaced like another like elf. And then it was like, no, but that was still her name, like da da da. And then I remember Ian messaged me and be like, are they dragons? Maybe they're dragons. And he's like, my other thought is maybe they're like demons or something. And I was like, I don't know.
No, I think it started. I started out because I thought they were a dragon kin because Vala was a poison expert. We discussed that, and I was like, that's green dragon all over it. And I was like, maybe they're a dragon kin of some kind. And then eventually I remembered Lorelai's treasure hoarding, and I'm like, oh my god, they're just fucking dragons. And so I told you, I was like, I changed my answer. They're just dragons.
Yep. And I was like, all right, I'll make a note of that. And lo and behold,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember because at first I just thought dragon kin, like dragonborn, like Ray said. That was my original thought because they get those like little
little things.
elements that they have, like. But then I was like, man, but they're hoarding treasure on an island.
Yeah.
Loved that one. All right, Noah. Now diverge to the other question.
Sorry. Wait. I have a quick thing with the. Yeah, there he is.
Hi, Pulse.
Oh god, is
You're echoing like a motherfucker.
hold up. I think I turned off my okay, I know what happened. I had someone over and we were doing like a co-op speed run yesterday, and I turned the noise gate just all the way down, I think. Is it up now?
Yeah, you
Not
sounded
enough.
Let me turn
A
you
little
all
bit
down.
more. Oh,
Ah!
eyeballs.
No, it's not.
Eyeball.
I'm not the problem. It's Discord. Hold up.
Cryo,
Just-
while Pulse is fixing that, there is one other plot twist in SOS that didn't make it on screen.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to talk about that?
It's that's another reason why I regret not just stopping halfway through and going, because there was other like lore and world building I wanted, but we'd been playing for like 11 fucking hours.
Mhm.
So as you well know, in Iceholm, the way names work is you take the last syllable of like your parents' name and it becomes the last syllable of your name. Like there is not a proper first name. There are two characters who share the last syllable of their names that is relevant. Marad Plavrina and Lord Commander Katarina. You guys in SOS met the oldest dragon alive in Starlost and the youngest dragon alive in Starlost. She's his daughter.
This was something that Cryo, like a couple days after SOS, I was like, what's the deal with Katarina? Like, she seems pretty built. I was like, there's a lot of similarities. You kept saying she's never lost a fight. And I'm like, neither had Lorelai. And then he was like, they were like, you're so close. Like, you're so close.
I could have just clocked her, dude. Not like punched her, but I could have just looked
hit
at
her.
her and
What?
found out.
Yeah.
What? I could have been like, I'm gonna see what
That's
they're
also
resistant
why-
to.
That's also why the only language other than Common she spoke was Draconic.
I was one sorcery point away from
I
finding out.
noticed that. I thought it was like some possession thing where like a bit of
Yeah.
Marad was in her brain.
Yeah, she
'Cause
was
I-
the handler of Marad, so we all just kind of
Yeah.
accepted it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she was like a half kid, half clone. And Murad let her out into the city to monitor it, like from a person thing. But she was still affected by the time thing, so she didn't know until she went back down there. She would forget.
During the fight, when we
this
ended up
is
trying to,
Oh, go ahead.
when we were trying to free her, I was just like, but why? She doesn't like. She's not gonna help that much.
If
But-
you had freed her before the fight was over, she would have turned into a dragon and fought. You would have
Oh.
had 2 dragons fighting Murad.
Also, Hickory and Doc knew she had never lost a fight, so they were like,
Yeah.
"This is our best shot. Let her out."
This is why I'm saying like fucking SOS just feels like a fever dream. It just feels like it's like
I thought there was
it's
a false
so
Hydra.
We
Yeah,
did think it was
it's-
false Hydra.
it's
Yeah.
like SOS is so it definitely connected to the characters, but it also feels so like another world. Like I feel like we were playing like a one shot from like a different book. Like
Well,
it's just like oh
It's interesting because that's, in a weird way, it was like the exact reverse playing Hickory and Doc. I had to play these people that were so used to this place that I had never experienced before, but I had to accept was weird and wrong, and I didn't know why the city existed. And then to then be in that element, but a strange, like a bizarro world version of it, to where it was just like, yeah, but everything's missing. I understand the infrastructure. I know how to get around, but I don't know what the fuck is happening. Like,
This
Bro,
unit would like to care for you.
oh,
I didn't clock it before. Has Scattered now told us where the people from Ice Home are from?
No. Actually,
it's unrelated.
It's not the same place. So, yeah,
weird.
it's a very big universe.
wait, that does. How did we end up in Ice Home? Wait a minute.
So what are big decisions? Big
Because
decisions.
SF, you guys got to Ice Home. I think it was like SF was the one who brought Ice Home
To
to
Earth.
Starlost,
Or yeah, Starlost.
To Earth.
Yeah.
and then abandoned it. And then Murad dug his grubby little hands in and was like, "This is mine
They're
now."
actually really big.
But how
grubby
did
hands.
people
They're
end
actually
up there?
huge hands.
Because people just
People travel.
saw a thing fall from the sky and went to go look at it, and then
Ah.
it was a city in the ground.
I had to take a solid second to be like, hang on. Are Hickory and Duck
aliens.
descendants of aliens? Like I had to
No.
take a second.
So, yeah, it didn't get explained. Again, it didn't get explained because we've been playing for like 11 and a half hours. But if Katarina had kept talking to the machine, it was going to reveal the name of the last administrator before Murad was Sakshi. It's SF. And so SF's people at some point in SF's plot and timeline came to Starlost with the intent to land and colonize, but then SF decided to not do that because it would have led to war with the local population. And so they left, except one ship didn't leave because it had problems, and that
I thought
ship
that was
fell and it
revealed.
became Ice Home.
I thought it was revealed that
No.
SF was the previous admin.
No, I don't think so. I think that's something I told you guys afterwards.
Maybe.
Huh.
You guys left
This used to
before.
belong to
asking
Sachi
everything.
Ferdinand.
SF is a gith, maybe. We've met SF now. He's just a dude.
Guy.
Yeah, maybe he does. Maybe he put on an illusion to look like just a dude and not a gith.
That's fair. Okay. While we have Pulse, I know that we want to get to great mistakes, but I feel like I don't think we ever talked about
Big
this.
mistakes.
Are you calling me a mistake?
Sorry, not mistakes. Sorry.
Okay, let's talk
decisions.
great mistakes.
I saw the word mistake. Was trying to say tough decisions. No. Lily asked, was Mara not being Mara in the epilogues a Pulse or a Cryo decision? What? How? Why?
Pulse was like,
It was like a mix, I think.
yeah.
really.
'Cause Pulse was like, what if Mara's a little fucked up now? What if he's a little evil? What if he's a little evil?
Yeah.
And I was like, how a little evil are we talking? And he's like, like evil enough to like betray the party. And I was like, what if we take it one step further? What if it's not even Mara? And he's like, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, I feel like the first time was very on the fly. Because like I think there were so many different plans and directions for that. And I kind of ran with it. And then I like reach out to Cryo and I'm like, did I do this right? Like, am I good? and then he ran with it and then I ran with it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am so happy that's how it turned out because I'll be honest, when it first happened, Twink was like not convinced that was Mara. Because Twink had the one-on-one conversation with Mara. He did not want to be saved.
Yeah.
And only willing souls come back.
Yeah.
And so like that's why I was a little like when you came back, I was a little standoffish towards you in the last episode when Mara came back. And that was because like I wasn't fully convinced that you were. And when it played out, I was like, man, that is so good. That is exactly how I would have played it out, which made me so happy that is what happened. It really did.
I was just gonna say, I was like, that was a moment where I had to, where like I felt like I should put my player brain aside and not metagame because, or like I don't know if it was not metagame, but like I was like, okay, realistically, as soon as Mara came back, had no memory of dying and started acting all weird, Dolus would have fucking killed him. Like, he would have just fucking killed him. But me as a player, I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking kill Pulse's character that he, like, if Pulse wanted Mara to come back, like, above. And then also, like, I didn't want to be like, oh, Hush finally got his wish. Fuck you, Hush. I'm killing Mara again. Like,
it's okay.
But
It was
like,
still wasted
really,
because we still killed him.
yeah, but I was just like, man, I really like I don't fucking trust this. Like, he's absolutely fucking evil.
That was
Just kill him. I was like,
Oh, go Ray.
can't.
that was there's a question that's like, what is one thing you would change? That's one thing I would change. My how do you want to do this on Mara Drayden? It was, I wish I said the thing, and then I wish the last hit was kicking him in the nuts. Because
again.
I remember telling Crow, like, I want to kick Martin in the nuts at the end. But I was so stressed that I didn't think about it. Because I don't think about kicking people in the nuts often. And so
Thank God.
Yeah, thank
so
God.
I'm like,
In
I
this
needed-
campaign full of nut wielders.
Is that what player characters are now? It's just nut wielders. And we're gonna do a swirl one shot one day.
I'm talking about how Ray is the only one that does not have that weakness in this party.
I don't know that. And
That's
it's like,
true.
okay. And I was like, okay, I want to do this in the epilogues then because I didn't get to do that to reality. And then I'm like, I can't kick Murad's nuts. Because what the fuck? And then,
I mean, you can try, but they're like wrecking.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta spin his eye, which is great because I was whatever. And then I'm like, okay, so I can't do that to Murad. Who's next? Who's next on the cutting board? Ikora? Shit, didn't think about it. And then Drayden, I was so stressed that Mara turned on us because I fucking love Mara that I'm like, I was just so stressed. I so wish I could have kicked him in the nuts. As my how do you want to do this?
Should
As a
I?
masculine character, you gain proficiency in nut.
Oh no.
Kay, do you remember a bit of information that I wait? Is Case? Did he leave?
Kay's gone.
Come on!
So good. You wait. Did he leave?
Yeah, like I looked off to the side. I guess drop me another question then until it gets back.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how much time we have with Pulse, so you know what? Actually, yeah, Pulse. What's the toughest decision you've ever had to make in Starlost?
Oh, I need K for that.
Okay. Hang on.
Where
Was it-
is he?
Was it to cast Tidal Wave?
No.
Yeah, obviously you made it
So-
pretty quick.
It was very much in the epilogues, 100%. Because I had a couple of decisions I could have made. Like, well, one, you know, whenever I threw like the rocks,
Yeah,
I
fuck
was just
you.
like, how evil should I be? And I felt bad every time I did it.
Aw.
So bad.
Yet he did it.
What made there was a decision I could have made during that which like I was just like, I can't do this. I can't fucking do this. And I had enough attacks on Mara to what is it? Just straight up kill Dolus.
You could have.
100%.
Yeah, because
like,
Dolus and
I-
Annie were both down when you turned on everybody.
Mhm. And I had what was it? I think I had 3 attacks or something along those lines, and I could have just straight up wiped K. I told K about this as well, and he was like, "You should have done it." And I'm like, "I can't." Like I just like it's like when you give someone the power, like that much agency over someone else's character, it doesn't feel right to me. But at the same time,
POV DM.
I think I should have DM'd you. I think is what like would have been the right thing to do.
He meant DMing in general.
I meant like POV being a DM.
Oh yeah.
Like, but me like as a DM killing other characters.
Mhm.
So I just got
Yeah,
back.
Cryo.
You're saying like Mara had to like, betray the party and be mean. He was mean to Hush. He was only mean to Hush, and then he betrayed the party.
He was always mean to Hush.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was nice.
Kinda.
Annie that was mean to her.
Yeah, I was supposed to say.
It was
It was
mostly
Annie. It's Pulse that's mean
Pulse
to
got,
me.
Pulse was
Pulse
mean to
got
Hush.
used to being mean to Hush, and then was like, "Well,
Yeah, like I think it was really hard to like just split myself between Annie and Mara. I had
Really
such
hard
a
not
hard
to bully
time doing that.
I did it to myself. I can't complain."
All right, hardest choices, y'all. What was your hardest choice?
My
Cryo, do
hardest
you have one?
decision I ever made in the campaign. The hardest moment I had to decide was when it was in the episode with it was the episode where Dolus and Alina finally became a thing, and I talked to Cryo about it like a bit before the session, and then earlier that fucking session, fucking Lorelai finally thinks about giving Dolus a chance, and then me as a player, and I'm like, man,
No.
shit. Damn, do I throw away all of this buildup?
Do I throw it
That was
all away
evil.
for a
That was-
one night stand with the dragon?
Hey man,
I guess the
that's-
hardest decision I had to make as a player was in Hush's reincarnation, I guess you could say. Whether I was going to help or not, because I did not want to. And I think Twink also didn't want to, but he also couldn't watch them fail.
Mm.
He didn't want to do it at all. But since they were going to do it, I had to push him in there because he also couldn't watch them fail.
That's fair.
But I think that
I
was
thought
the
you were gonna
hardest
say
decision.
with the obsidian dice, like taking away the success.
Oh yeah, to
That-
force him to fail and die.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't hard to decide on.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I did. I forgot I did that. That's actually crazy. I forgot that I did that.
God, that episode's so fucking yeah. Let's just
Yeah,
let's
you're
just
right.
vaporize Hush real quick.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It
I
started
thought there
off
was going to
so
be a
nice.
lot of backlash from that decision of me making that decision.
Hey, I couldn't
Um,
talk, bro. I turned back time and started that.
Everyone in the
wasn't-
audience was very like, yeah, that's right. Twink made the right decision.
Yeah, that was like it wasn't a tough decision to make. That was an easy decision to make. I just knew it was a pretty controversial decision to make. Also,
Hey man,
Um,
nothing can ever be more controversial than trying to befriend a griffin.
Would that be your toughest decision?
No, it was a really easy decision, but very controversial.
Okay, the decision to try and befriend it, solid. The decision to, on the first time you meet it, while it's eating something, try and How to Train Your Dragon, pat it on the head, that's what's controversial.
I didn't try to pat it on the head. I had my hands up to show I wasn't going to do anything.
But yeah, no, it was the helping and bringing Hush back that was the tough decision for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if Hush made any like life-changing decisions. I really don't know.
You didn't kill your
Did you
dad.
choose to love humanity?
Yeah,
Yeah, you didn't kill your dad. That's...
Yeah, that's also true.
Oh, you know, I'll give it that one because I was like, what did he like make? He chose not to. I mean, because he was persuaded by Lotus, so it was kind of like it was a choice he made, but it wasn't hard for him because he had the support. But yeah, I think it is definitely like I'm better than this. Like he is better than this. He doesn't need this because he didn't need him at all. He doesn't need this satisfaction. So even though it had been the longest thing where he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna kill my dad, and he decided not to, I think that's probably like one of his harder decisions because it's something he really wanted to do.
Goodness.
I don't think of a real answer.
The other tough one was taking Martin's deal. Like that was that could have gone so wrong. But like also it was just that was just a big moment where it was like Martin's never lied, not even once. And he was like, listen, you give me Meridian back, I just let you go, split you back up. But fuck, that sucked to do.
I mean, just like Martin said, I'm surprised you didn't use it as a get out of jail free card, because that was his thing too. He was like, if you're in a fight and shit's going bad, I'll just save you. And I'll just
Nope, I tried to reason with him instead.
I mean,
I think the biggest surprise for me there was like it felt like there was a really quick turnaround on it. Like maybe not like literally, but it was just like, oh man, I was like, oh, it's gonna be another like 20 sessions. Maybe he'll even reveal it before there's like 4 sessions later. It's just like
I can't reveal
all right,
it.
Martin.
yeah, he couldn't remember.
True.
You got modified memory.
And also, we just watched the decimation of like an innocent people's.
Yeah, it was just like, oh, like it wasn't like a disappointment. That's not what I'm trying to say. It was just like a, oh, I didn't expect that. Oh, that was fast.
I liked it. It was solid.
It made sense. I don't think.
Who hasn't answered? Crow, Ray.
Crow just answered.
Oh,
He's
Crow
not
answered?
dead. Yeah, not killing his dad.
He did. He's not killing his dad.
Oz, what's your toughest decision?
Yeah, Oz, Ray.
I mean, leaving was pretty easy.
Ow. Ow.
No, in character, Kieran thought about whether or not to leave for a long time, so that was probably the hardest thing Kieran had to do, because Kieran does not have friends. They weren't even his friends, but they were the closest to people who are like next to him for more than like 2 days. So that's why it was like such a longer moment than Kieran normally did in episode 8, because it's like, yeah, okay, these are the closest thing to people I've had for like that has known me for a while. But also, I am not truly in control of what I have to do, so I kind of have to just follow what I'm told.
Damn.
Ray.
I can't believe Nobelia is the reason Oz left after
Yep,
8 episodes.
That's it. That's the reason.
Yeah, that's the reason.
It was me. I'm so sorry.
to just give like a real answer, I think the hardest decision that I had to make as Dolus was either coming into Kaeli's throne room and not attacking Philly, like choosing to trust that like she was fine, like to let live, And like that whole arc of like that part of the story of like choosing to like put away the mask and like like choose a different option. But then also it was a little, it was sort of glossed over, not like glossed over, but just like we sort of moved on from it really fast just because of like how quickly everything was happening. But like Dolus like choosing to or like listening to what Twink, which was Cryo at the time, said about when Hick and Doc showed up the next morning after accepting the deal being separated. Like it was like it's sort of like what I was saying about like with like Dolus and Hush, where it was like almost seeing like are you a liability now? Like how do we know that we can trust you when you're over here behind our backs making deals with Martin? Like how do we know that this is exactly like how you're telling it? Like you took Martin helped you and like you know, I don't know, it was just like it's so much going on, and then it was like well there's bigger things going on, and like choosing to like put all of that aside and like just sort of choosing to trust them was I think a big I was thinking about that like before the session, like man, that's gonna be rough because Dolus is not gonna be happy to see them after he finds out like how it happened.
It's really funny because you're also the reason that they did it. Like you helped kick it off because it was like, oh, if we can show mercy to Philly, maybe we can show mercy to Martin.
Yeah. Oh, Ivory. Ray.
I've been trying to think of what my answer could be, but I'm like, any super tough decision, I just kind of found a way to pawn it off to somebody else.
In a way, akin to Hush, you didn't kill your mom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you like choosing to not like kill Nyx at any point?
I think when, like, going into the campaign, I was like, yeah, if I ever met Nyx, I would kill her. But then there's also a part of my brain, like, as a role player, of like, yeah, I as Ray would want to hear her out and see her perspective. Lotus was not like that. And so it was like, leading up to it, it was very much like, oh, I don't know what to do. And then we met her in an environment where it wouldn't make sense to kill her. Like, if Lotus had just, like, we saw Nyx and she floated and Lotus floated and just, like, punched the fuck out of her, I'm sure nobody would have been like, that doesn't make sense. I'm sure everybody would have been like, yeah, that's Lotus.
Yep.
But it's like, I think somewhere in my mind, I was like, I want to give her, especially with the conversation with Dolus in the Westwood, of like, if I saw Nyx, I wouldn't react in any sort of way, because indifference is stronger than hate. But Lotus isn't to the maturity where she would be able to do that, I think. And so I wanted to do something that wasn't killing her. It was something that could be seen as worse. And I think that's exactly what I achieved in being able to take away her magical powers. I remember I brought that up to Cryo, and Cryo was like, that's fucking evil. Let's fucking run it.
Yeah. I'm like, that's fantastic. Coyote would absolutely be in.
Yeah.
All right. More questions?
What's the next question?
This was just funny from Ace.
Wait,
Sarat-
hold on. Did Pulse have a hardest decision?
Yeah, Pulse was first.
Pulse didn't
Like
like
while
being
you were
evil.
sitting down.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How evil to make Return tomorrow.
I see.
Cryo, this one's fun, and because a lot of these have been like character decision ones. Now that you have like the full scope of the whole campaign,
Mm-hmm.
who's your favorite NPC to play? Who's your favorite from an outside perspective? And Lily, not a different Lily. Naren y'all. Not gonna try and pronounce
The other
that.
Lily.
The other
Not
Lily.
Flower. No.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And the other one is just what color is
Naranino.
Cogdios' hair?
Cogdios' hair is black.
course
Like
it
not
is.
dark brown, like black hair. The funnest NPC to play is Delilah, because I get to like, she's just does not give a shit about what she says. Like she'll just insult motherfuckers outright, which is just fantastic. Also, I really like doing the Scottish accent. Like, I think it's my favorite of all of the accents that I do. My favorite NPC just existing is God, I really like Huon. I really like anytime Huon's around and she's just this little bundle of energy. Because currently, like, my tropes of characters are like a lot of energy but very nervous.
Yeah.
It's like Alina and Archibald and da 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 da. And then it's like not a lot of energy, pretty confident, and it's like all of these other NPCs. And Huon is like one of the few ones I have where it's like full of energy, super excitable, very confident and capable. Like she's one of the best artificers on the whole fucking island.
I love that Huon has become Hickory's Kramer. She
Yeah,
just burst
in the
into her
epilogue,
house.
she just walks into Hickory's house and is just
Yeah.
like, "Hello."
Yep. And Hickory's just kind of like,
Kramer.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, she burst in, told her something, and it was like, can I have some
Yeah.
breakfast?
Yeah. I really like Huon. There's a lot of NPCs that are just smaller that I really enjoy. I mean, obviously, there's like Lorelei's amazing, and if she was real, I think I would die.
Because she'd
We
kill
all
you.
would. Yeah.
Because she'd kill me. Yeah.
And you'd say thank you as you died.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Delilah is just fantastic, but I have a bias towards Delilah because Delilah's based on an old PC I played. So I think as far as just NPCs in their own little vacuum, Huon is just fun. Eggled is also fun, but Huon is just fun.
That's good. That's fair.
Ooh.
Yes, Crow.
I was trying to say it earlier, but my mic just stopped working.
Oh,
Nice.
And I was like, what? You're like, all right, next question. I was like, wait, no, wait.
Yeah, all I heard you go was what, and I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll just leave
Yeah,
that.
just turned off.
I saw you going like. I thought you were doing like a bit. Like,
No, I
get
just
this.
couldn't
It's
talk.
happening.
It was. I was trying to say it earlier. Around Nyx. Wasn't there something that you wanted to do, Kay, that you forgot to do in the last epilogue?
Oh no, I didn't forget to do it. I just didn't like. We just didn't have. It didn't fit in anywhere.
Oh, okay. I was like,
like-
I swear there was something there.
Because like Lotus did her whole torturing her thing, but I absolutely intended to whenever Lotus was done torturing her, I would go because she's in like Hush's like zoo or whatever.
The mirror.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's in the mirror. I was absolutely gonna feeble mind her.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's
Evil.
the one that sets your intelligence to like 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Kay's.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say K's
Just
God's
like
demon.
just that little bit of like, oh no.
That little bit of like, but hello.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like that little, just like the, oh yeah, like I've moved on and I have put you behind. I'm not letting you live rent free in my mind anymore. But also, you're still a piece of shit. So I'm not letting anything live in your mind. Just fucking.
And now you're living rent free in
Yeah.
this mirror
um
where all the
Alright,
monsters
what was your
go.
question, Noah, that you had?
Oh yeah, this is a quick one, but one that's come up a lot recently is kind of just everything surrounding Aldrich and Seeds of Dawn. Will he ever get his memories back? Did any what exactly happened to Aldrich in between,
Like
Seeds of
Baron
Dawn
dying
and being obtained by, I guess, really we can keep track of it up until, or we can keep track of it starting with their dad, but
I mean, it literally is just modify memory. Like Martin essentially pokeballed Aldrich, modified his memory so he didn't remember what happened in Croatus, and then just threw him back into the Feywild. Like, it is literally as simple as if somebody dug deep enough, they could figure out he had modify memory and then use Greater Resto on him. But no one's ever gonna, because it's not something that's going to come up in dialogue. Being like, Aldrich, you were alive when Croatus was a thing. Do you know what happened to it? And then Aldrich goes, no, I don't. And then you don't go like, maybe he forgot because someone took his memory. No, you just go, oh yeah, he doesn't know.
Yeah, even then, it was like in the second epilogue when we were dealing with Ikora, he was just like, this all feels so familiar. And it's like, what can I do with that? Like, there's nothing to tell the twins that it's like, yeah, something's wrong with Aldrich. It's just like, he just doesn't fucking remember. Like,
yeah. I'm like, it's one of those things that modify memory, honestly, is such a crazy spell if you think about it in reality. Because if you modify it correctly, there's just a really good chance no one ever fucking knows.
Yeah. So the
that's the thing, especially.
Odds are we never, Aldrich never remembers Baron or anything that happened in Seeds.
Yeah. He remembers Baron, he just doesn't remember how Baron died.
Yeah.
That's even the thing. You guys asked about the first person in his line who had him, and he was like, oh yes, Baron, he da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't remember what happened
do
to him.
love you constantly jingling the keys with it, though, with Aldrich going like, this feels familiar, and then fucking Meridian showing up as Baron, and me going like, why is that relevant? And he goes, I don't know.
Cryo, can you give us the end of movie Where Are They Now for all of the other Seeds of Dawn people? Like, where's Carolinx? Where's Scrungle or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
Most of them are dead.
I know where Polar is.
Dead
He's
as hell.
blowing away that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a wind.
I'm really sorry, Grace, if you're watching this now or in the future. Asme's dead. Asme's
Dead as hell.
Ikora definitely used their blood for some fucked up magic, though, so they were very happy about dying for the cause.
Laryl?
Oh, is that it? Did I fuck up the names?
Esme was my character in the Raise one.
Oh, yes. But yeah, later on. They definitely died for some fucked up ritual, and they were so down for it.
It's literally that meme where it's like my goth witchy girlfriend, me doing whatever the hell she wants, and they're like laying in like a pentagram.
Yep.
Jess's character, that weird little guy, also just dead due to time.
Okay, but what did he do? Was he good? Was he like a?
He was a Starlost. He did a bunch of magic and fucked up shit for the Starlost.
Okay.
As far as Carolinx goes, I cannot talk about Carolinx.
It's the only one I really wanted.
Who cares? Fuck you, Kay.
You're like, that was my specific example.
Kay,
I can't talk about
my character arc isn't even done yet with Hickory Doc. Get over it. Some questions don't get answered.
I guess mine isn't either.
Some questions don't even get asked.
I guess, yeah.
You gotta rewatch that.
Guess. I will say, to this day, I still think the hardest line I have ever said in Starlost was "My death was never mine." I still think that is the hardest line I have ever said in this fucking show.
It's good. It's good shit. But yeah. So Aldrich maybe one day Aldrich will find out if a descendant of Hickory or Doc or Hickory and Doc down the line dig enough into the past and their line and start asking about Bairn and notice that the answers are weird. But odds are it's going to be one of those things that you just chalk it up to just like, oh yeah, Aldrich doesn't know, or Aldrich forgot. Yeah. Like it was thousands of years ago.
The first wielder, like,
yeah. It's like, oh yeah, after 15 generations of my family, you don't remember all the details about one? Have you been magically enchanted? What's up next on the list?
I think the fun one. We've kind of talked about it, but to kind of get like a more solid answer for everybody. What was the single, like, you were just like, this is pure cinema? What moment is that for you in Starlost?
The fucking, before we went in to fight Martin, when all of our allies came together on Twingtania and fought against the incoming Starlost that were already beginning to shoot projectiles at them. Fuck, that is the fucking coolest thing I have ever seen. Holy shit. I would love to see that animated. We did.
I actually mean,
I understand.
You didn't see it.
I saw it in my mind's eye.
That was the coolest thing I ever saw.
You did.
That I didn't see.
You did.
That's the coolest thing I ever listened to.
It's okay. I can envision the apple.
I'm really glad you enjoy that. I'm really glad that was a moment that I wanted to be just epic.
Little
It was
guy.
After the fight, it was everyone just being like, all right, we won. Let's pick up the pieces. And like everybody just like going and spreading across Twingtania, and like Dolus becoming a rock. What was it? Hush disintegrating one of the Leviathans. Like it was everybody was coming together and culminating into this force of like, we beat reality, we can beat you, and just rocking it. It really didn't matter of like rolls of dice. It was really just like, what is it that you want to do? And it just felt so cathartic to just be able to go and pick up those pieces. It was cinema, dude. I loved it.
I just noticed Cryo dodged the toughest decision question.
Oh, my toughest decision?
Yeah, as a DM, what was your toughest decision?
Not killing Shu.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not killing the cat. Because the cat totally should have died, but I didn't
so
want to
many
kill
times.
We were like 5 sessions in. I didn't want the campaign to start with us murdering
Sour
a fucking
taste.
kitten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I love the sour taste in my mouth that it didn't happen, Cryo.
I know,
That's why you're not in the
motherfucker.
show
You never
anymore,
let me live
Ian.
it down.
I said it so many times that cat should be dead.
It's a leather bag.
Yeah, and now Cryo made the cat fucking immortal.
The Faraday cage. The Faraday.
Yeah. Just to spite me, thanks.
Genuine.
It has 8 lives left.
All of my most difficult decisions always stem down to me not wanting to do something mean, and Ian on my shoulder like a fucking devil being like, do it, kill him, do it.
Well, that's the thing. Now you have all of us yelling at it. Like, now you have all of us, now that we're all really used to D&D, we're just like, do it, fuck us up, kill us.
I'm like, alright. Yes, anytime I crit or do something and I'm like, oh, this is gonna hurt so bad, I'm so sorry, and you guys are like, don't apologize, just fuck me up, and I'm
Pull
like,
the trigger.
If you don't,
You
I
killed my
will.
son.
those are my hardest. That was funny.
Yeah, Cryo was like, not a tough decision.
Yeah,
That one was not.
No. Cryo was
Controversial.
sitting on it for a while. He was just like, I was like, do it, Cryo. Do it, Cryo.
Oh no, he's right in the middle of the AOE. Oh no.
And he's just like,
That's
he's
okay.
good. And then they're like, he's passed, but how much is it? I was like, Cryo, he's dead. He's like, they're like, he's dead. I was like, no.
I think that's a difference between me and Cryo DMing. I feel it's like I'll obviously also have times where I'm like, oh man, I don't want to do this to the players, but more often than not, I'm just like, oh man, it sucks that this is gonna happen to you.
Yeah, Kay
But-
Let me
is
tell
very
you why
much
this
just
is
like,
gonna suck for you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry in the sense that I'm like, I don't want to do this to you. I'm sorry. And Kay is like, I'm sorry in the sense like, I'm sorry, but this is happening.
Yeah, I'm sorry you're offended.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happens to you.
Yeah.
Okay, but to get back on task, pure cinema moment. What is it? What is the moment in Starlost where you're like, this was fucking cinema?
We got 2 so far. I think
Mara
mine
dying.
is
Mara dying was really good.
Mara dying was
Oh.
cinema.
that was good. I'm thinking in
Mhm.
the sense of like epic, grandiose moment. But if we're talking about just down to earth, yeah, Mara dying was oof.
I mean, if we want to talk about epic, grandiose moments, natural 20 last hit on
Yeah,
the final boss of
fucking
the
shit.
campaign was
That was
pretty
cool.
fucking sick. I mean, you know, not to toot my own horn, but I mean, dude, I literally like if like I rolled that fucking die and I felt like in that moment I could have shit my pants. Like I was I was just like,
Plot
this
twist,
is
by the
not-
way, at some point during the campaign, one of us shit our pants, and you have to go
It
back.
wasn't me.
Go back to
That's
all
popular to believe.
132 episodes.
Surprisingly.
Find when it happened.
I was like, this can't. I am absolutely. I don't
Not
care
again.
about whose fucking time I'm wasting. I am rolling every single one of these dice in my dice tray and telling you all the numbers. But in terms of like what I was originally gonna say was I don't know what it was about this moment that like, and it was so like off the cuff, just the telling Archibald through the tree that Socks was proud of him.
Yeah.
Like that was so like it, like if I was a viewer, I'd be like, this show's scripted. This not no way.
No, you want to talk about what's scripted? Because mine is literally the very last thing that happens with the finest. Our little fucking
Oh, yeah.
diatribe of the blessings that we give to that fucking submarine. Pure cinema. No planning whatsoever. We just started yapping and everybody came up with one.
I don't even remember what I said.
I don't either.
I don't know what I said either, but
I
it was definitely good.
remember. I know everybody's was based off of like a part of themselves, and I remember Dolus's was based off of like, I hope the elements are kind to you, or
Yeah.
something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because mine was specifically about the winds, but then Dolus's was about like all the elements as a whole.
Yeah,
That's the only one I remember.
that was fucking pure cinema. And there was no planning whatsoever. That was just that was us saying goodbye to this campaign, I feel like, in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Was a big fan of Alina's last thing being, and may we see you all again.
Yeah, Cryo understood the assignment and finished and put a period on that.
I think my most cinematic moment that I was just like, I can picture it in my head, like from Ray's perspective of like, I want to see it animated. I can picture it in my head. It's the first nameless fight.
Oh,
Because she starts out and she blitzes and hits like 4 of you, and you all immediately had a moment of just, and she has fucking flyby, so you don't get like opportunities and shit. So you all immediately were like, oh fuck, like
yeah.
she's fast and hits hard. What do we do? And then you started to chip her down, and you were like, finally, we're getting solid. And then Raiden activates the fucking anti-magic field, and you guys are immediately like, fuck, what do we do? And then the flares.
Oh yeah, the flares.
And then the railgun. And I remember describing it in the moment, and it's always like, I can imagine it being animated of like, the shot happens, everything goes silent as you guys all take cover, and then just Dolus peeking over, and it's fucking her catching the goddamn railgun shot with like impact frames. And that is the most cinematic moment for me of just like, Philly, this thing fucking 2-shot an ancient red dragon, and Philly fucking catches it. It fucks her
Kind
up,
of.
but she catches it.
That's my girl. That is my girl.
I wanted to say real quick 2 things. first thing I went into Ray's notes to see if I can find the things that we said. And all that it fucking says is, we say a little something to bless the submarine.
Awesome. Ray getting called out on live television.
I found it.
I'm glad we.
Well, ironically,
got
we
that
actually
down.
got a comment literally the other day. Somebody going, "Did somebody write that down? Did somebody write down what they said?" And oh my god, my
I have it right here.
I know, but it was so goddamn funny because I'm looking at this comment on the YouTube video and going, "My brother in Christ, you're watching the video. You can write it down."
Do you want me to read them really fast?
Yeah, hit it.
Yeah, where are you reading it off of?
Or not read. I just went and grabbed it really fast. Lotus said, "May the elements be kind to you." Hickendog said, "May it stand the test of time."
Mm.
May the wind, or sorry, Dola said, "May the winds carry you onward." And Hush said, "May what lurks in the shadows steer clear from your path."
And Alina with, "May we see you all again."
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
maybe see you all again.
And Twink
then
wasn't
this-
there, but he said,
Fuck
"Next
him.
time I'm putting a gun on that bitch."
Yep.
The second thing I was gonna say is I remembered another cinematic moment that I like. I don't think I reacted too much to it in the moment, but then like I think about it sometimes, where it was like Dolus like was out in a storm or something, or like no, he was out on the island in Dragon Lost, and he had like a oh, hold on, my Discord
You're
thing
here.
went red. Am I connected? Okay. I was scared. Where it was just like talking to Kaeli, but like talking to himself as well, and then like the dust picks up and like it has like the outline of Kaeli, and then as it blows away in the distance where she was the fleet of the airships of the Starlost and the Nameless. I was like, or like, but it was in the storm cloud, so I didn't know that was that. It was just like there was a storm coming. Just like, oh well, guess I better go back inside. And the fucking Nameless puts a knife to my throat.
L.
Oh yeah, big fan. I was a big fan of that moment. That's another moment I would love to see animated. Is Dolus waking up in the night and not knowing if he's dreaming or actually awake, and the Nameless putting the fucking blades to Alina's throat.
It's to Alina's
And-
throat.
Yeah, and then there just being one fucking feather left when she leaves.
Oh, but that just reminds me of the moment that Martin takes the deal with Hickory and Doc. That moment is just same thing to where it was just, I would love to see it animated, because it's just like they're just stabbed and have no fucking idea what to do about it. They're like, I think I'm going to die. Like this, I'm dying right now, and you told me this was a good deal.
I'm a real
Yeah.
big fan of that moment with Martin being like, I always tell you guys I'm not the villain, but sometimes being bad feels good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
That's
can
why, like,
see that
when
being
you
like
said
the
that, I
end
was
of
like,
an
I'm gonna
episode.
die. Like, I've died.
It's like the end of an episode of an animated show, and it's like, oh, come back in 2 weeks to see the next few episodes.
No, then
No!
Lost in Paradise plays, and you're just like, what the? No, this is not the.
I really liked the first epilogue because I think the ambience in that whole thing was good. Especially Alina dying was such a good moment
Oh,
because the tension was so high leading up to it. But we still were like, oh, we're just gonna go solve a mystery. But the second like Alina died so gruesomely, it's like, oh, okay, the stakes of all of this has changed. And I feel like that was the decision of why we played for like 10 hours instead of just cutting it halfway.
That's where Cryo wanted to end, and we were
Yeah.
like, "Are you fucking insane?"
It's like too much is going on till wait a week or 2 weeks.
I was so that I changed my answer. That was the hardest decision I had to make, was deciding whether or not to get fucking yoinked by
Well,
those robots, because it was
Cryo
just
literally had to reason you back from it.
Yeah, I was just like,
it wasn't even like reasoning you back. I wanted Kay to know. I'm like, you can go through with this. That's fine, but it will affect how much you're in this one shot.
yeah, and I'm
If
just like,
any of you had been KO'd by those things, it would have affected it if they had gone after you like that.
I didn't know what that meant. I obviously didn't know what that. Like, man, like that was one of those moments where I was like, in character, I would go through with this, but as a player, I'm like, I don't want to leave the rest of the party. Leave the rest of the party down a man, but then also like, I don't know. I mean, I wanted to still participate, and I was just like, I guess I won't.
You
I
know,
really wanted to.
one specific moment in that like it's just a random throwaway moment that feels like an anime opening moment is the entire party jumping off the railing in just straight down. It feels like that would be a shot from an anime opening where it starts, the crescendo rises and it's like, yep, all of us jumps over the railing into this dark hole that's 2 miles deep.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've said it before. I don't know what I cooked with SOS, but I don't know if I'll
You
ever
need to
hit
cook
that
it again. Go find that recipe.
It is my favorite Starlost one shot.
My favorite moment in that whole epilogue, I think it's my favorite moment in any of the epilogues, is, and I loved Kay's response to it specifically, because you guys asked what the noise was on the recording of like the horrific deep sounds under the city, and the machine is like the admin unit was like processing. You guys were like, oh, okay, it's figuring out what to say, and then you kept talking, and then it responded to something you guys said. Yeah, it responded to something you guys said, and you were like, oh, okay, wait, weren't you telling us what it was doing? And it was just like processing, and it's like, all right, it's still trying to figure it out. And this happened like 2 or 3 times before finally it was just like, I identified what the sound was. And you're like, no, you didn't. It's like, yeah, the sound is processing. And you guys were all like, what does that mean? Like, I remember Kay's face because he just goes, oh. And I was like, yeah.
I just remember I was thinking, I was like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
And then tying that back in later with fucking revealing that Murad is the CPU, and he like unfolds and he just says processing. It was just such a.
I loved that moment because in my head, like, I was like, that's fucked up. I think subconsciously, what I had processed in that moment was, oh, this thing is not. What I had understood in that moment was, oh, this thing is not C-3PO. This is a Cyberman.
Yeah.
Like, this is.
Yeah.
Yamcha.
I think
that's what happened to Alina.
Yeah.
Oh no, Alina's Yamcha.
Oh, I think what was craziest about SOS, 1, you were absolutely cooking. 2 is that despite no communication whatsoever, I had accidentally created the perfect characters for Iceholm.
Oh yeah. No. Iceholm was already gonna be fucked up and weird with time before you came up with the twins. And then you came up with the twins and had the whole time idea, and you were like, what if they're from Iceholm? And I was like, yes.
And
perfect.
And the funny thing is, because I always think back to like an anniversary tour, you're like, Noah just does stuff that just it doesn't make sense. He makes connections that it's just like, I don't even know how you got there. And then I think about that and I'm like, oh, Cryo wasn't talking about any of the shit that I did. Cryo was talking about Hickory and Doc.
That was like the most, after like Alina died, that was the closest Dolus has ever gotten to like being like the emotionless of the mask without the mask. Like, it was like, so like, if anyone had been like wasting time or fucking around, he would have fucking snapped. That's why he snapped at Lurie like that, because he was like bitching and like screaming at us and like making like saying random shit. And then I rolled the fucking like 31 intimidation check and he pissed himself.
I still can't get
On Kieran.
Did we sacrifice him? I don't rember.
No,
No.
he lived. We were gonna.
So
But...
fucking funny.
Oh, I remember one thing I was meaning to draw for like a year straight after it happened. At the end of the dream, everybody standing on the edge of a roof and watching the world end.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Big fan of the end of Countdown. I like that it's not just you guys got hit by a meteor. Like you guys felt yourself get like destroyed by wild magic.
Yeah.
Alina trying to chain magic us because we're all standing in a line.
In hindsight, I should have let her because none of you were looking at her. None of you would have been able to counterspell in hindsight. But it was another moment of just you have like rendered the efforts of these people to save themselves absolutely futile.
Yeah.
Epic.
Epic.
I feel like we're kind of reaching a point to where we might want to wrap up a little bit.
But there's so many things we can say about campaign 1.
Well, that's the thing. I was like, we can wrap up the question section, and I can ask the kind of question to just kind of be like, hey, now we can just kind of like, let's just talk about it like it's over, without really having to worry about the question format. But
I think that would be best.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll probably have to head out after the question section.
yeah. Well, I was gonna ask this because it was a big old project that Cryo and I had to work on recently. A lot of people are asking, Cryo, how do you join the EEC? And how did it come to be?
Oh, well, the Enigmatic Exploration Committee is the brainchild of Berestein Cairn, alongside several members of various nations. Its entire objective is to explore the unexplored and discover the unknown, and anyone is permitted to sign up for it. There's just a form that you gotta fill out and some tests that you have to take. And then you can ask for specific projects to be on, like if you want to go to the Underdark or cross the Storm Wall, or if you want to try exploring crypts or all sorts of things like that. But there's no guarantee you'll get what you want, and there's no guarantee you'll get accepted. And, you know, maybe in the very near future, you guys might have access to some forms that you can fill out so you can join the EEC.
Wow.
What?
Oh my god.
Do we
Yeah.
need
Legally
perfect eyesight?
binding.
Yeah.
Do you need perfect eyesight? No. Glad, but you
No,
need
you do need to
corrective
provide your
lenses
social
if you don't
security
have
number.
perfect-
Yeah. And your credit
You
card
do need to
number.
provide
And
your
the numbers
social
on the back.
and the
And those funny
Yeah,
numbers on the back.
How much is the application fee?
$300,000.
What's a dollar? We're talking gold.
300,000 gold.
300,000
Jesus,
gold
Lorelai
dollars.
stole all of my gold at the end.
I don't know where I went there with
Simple
that
down payment.
Lorelai stole all my gold. You
Simple
paid for a
down payment.
rowboat you stole, dog.
Fuck. I just remembered. I'm sorry. I just remembered Pulse just burning all of Annie's items when we still had epilogues to do.
Yeah.
And then bitching about it like the very next epilogue to where I was like, I don't have any items.
It's like that.
Dude,
I
it
had. I didn't think about it at all.
It was so fucking funny, just like bringing Mara along in epilogue 2 of like, Mara, you can do this. Oh, I didn't prepare that spell. Oh, Mara, you can do this thing. Oh, I didn't prepare that spell. What spells did you prepare? Did you prepare any spells?
He like Mara had gotten rid of Speak with Plant after he had used it. The next day, it was like, oh, I can talk to this plant. Cool. The next day, it's like, all right, we won't be needing that, even though we have plants.
Yeah, we have plans to talk to.
I instead got boulder.
You guys didn't
erupting
to
earth.
bring that. It was so fun. Like I literally, like, there was a moment where I was like, did he just go in and like deselect all his fucking spells? Like, what do you mean you have any of them prepared?
Pulse has this amazing ability, and Pulse, I need you to know when I say this that I say this from a place of love and that I love you so much, but you have this ability to
at the roast
completely get under my skin with some of the decisions that you make. Like, you have this just like this perfect like way to just like, I'm just like, it's like, I didn't prepare that. Why
No,
did
this
you
is,
do it?
there's a philosophy. There's something here. Okay, I call it the pulse effect. It is when there is a clear answer, and it has been alluded to that there is a clear answer, and then Pulse takes this one.
Yeah.
There is 5 answers. Pulse fix
Yeah.
the 14th that wasn't on the list.
Like I
And it's
say
like,
this with
wh-
nothing but
why
pure
would you-
amusement.
Why would you go about that this way?
But you were
It's
one of
so interesting. Not
You
that it's
were-
a bad thing at all. It's
You were like the
interesting.
only player that gets me to go, why? Why did you do that? Like,
Plenty of that in next campaign.
yeah.
Next campaign is gonna
I
be
think-
worse.
Pulse is the like because I also DM for Pulse as well in like a home game. I have never had to open up the player's handbook for anyone else more to look up the ruling on some obscure thing of like how long can a steak last for like if you take it like out of a freezer at midnight. It's just like fucking I don't know, man. What the fuck? I have to look up so many random shit like like can I build a cart with the spell fabricate? And I'm just like
Yeah.
I mean I get maybe I don't know.
One of the other things is like Pulse. I love it's also part of the Pulse effect of like I have this insane amazing combo that is so unbelievably intricate and fantastic and does crazy amounts of damage. Action economy be damned. All of this. Wait, do I roll this with advantage? Because I have no. It's spells. Okay. Wait, I have work at. What does that do? Can
Yeah.
I hit people with my mage? It's the little things where you're like, huh, and the big
Yeah.
things where you're like,
Pulse will come up
has
with the most
such-
convoluted fucking combo to deal 200 damage in one turn, and then he'll just be like, "What does Presto let me do?"
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
Like, the easiest way for me to put it, I love it so much. But like, you ever seen those things where it's like, we're Spider-Man fans, we don't read the Spider-Man comics. Pulse is like, we're playing D&D. I don't read my spells.
I cast this. What does it do, Cryo?
Yeah, literally, it's so fucking funny. Anytime Pulse is like, I'm gonna cast this thing, and I'm like, oh, is that a save? Like, hold on, let me read it real quick. I'm like,
I'll play D&D like you awaken in a space.
Pulse knows like 85% of what
Yes.
everything he has does.
yeah. The
And then he
15%
always has
is
to go
the
back and
spell-
look for that
spell tab.
15%.
Yeah, that's
Sure,
God,
that's
this is
how
a
I
bonus
run with
action.
life in general. Like
That's
especially
true with my
It's
life.
wait,
in
such a
general.
But you're
speedrunner thing to
medicated
do.
now. Is it going to be better?
no.
It's not. It's not.
No.
It's worse, actually. That
He said
literally,
no.
It's worse. Because now,
no.
now Pulse is super focused on the thing he wants to do, and then something will happen to change that plan and just complete malfunction.
Yep.
Yeah, and like I
That's
love
amazing.
when Pulse will be like, and then I activate this spell on top of this thing, and then
I
this
activate
happens.
Pot of Greed. which
Yeah,
allows me to
and then I'm like, okay,
What
That's not what the card
And I'm
does.
like, okay, cool. And then he's like, oh, do I roll an extra D8 for that? And I'm like, oh, I don't know. It's your spell. You used it. I don't know.
This
You
is all
tell
to
me.
say, I love Pulse. You are such a unique character, and we love you, buddy. And the reason you're getting this affection now is because you said you might have to go. So we
that's the only
we
reason.
can't.
We're gonna capture
he's gonna be
Spencer.
back.
It's just like they talk behind my back at my funeral.
No, we talk to your face.
Yeah,
No,
we
I
say
openly
behind
have
your
it.
back.
Say it to your face.
I will criticize
Underneath
it to
the
your
coffin.
face.
I'm in the coffin with you.
Hey, do you remember
just
when
love
you
that
were a
you're there.
dog that one time?
behind my back at the funeral.
I love how
talk to
you
your
introduce
face,
that as,
you know.
is it like that thing? Like that's a thing people
Yeah, that's a
do?
common
Like,
thing
yeah,
people
the
do.
classic trope of talking behind someone's back at their funeral.
Well, I
Their
heard he
funeral.
was a smoker.
Yeah. He
Who's
never
got all
did
the
read
tea
his
on this dead
spells.
guy.
I think-
Pulse, are you heading out now to do your life?
Yeah, probably.
My boss.
I'll miss
Thanks
you.
for joining, buddy.
Goodbye
you,
forever.
Pulse.
I'll see y'all in campaign 2.
Yeah,
Woo!
Pulse is
Bye.
not going to talk to us until campaign
see-
2 releases.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
You
Shit.
All right, bye.
Bye.
I want
Plan
to
my
read one
session
of
for tomorrow.
I only want to read one of these. I'm looking at the list of all the questions,
Oh
and
yeah.
there's only
Mhm.
one of them that interests me.
Okay.
All right.
It's from it's
Tell me how you
from
really feel.
Ace. It says, "Are Sarai and Nolas's toxic Yuri?"
Ryan
I almost asked that one, but I'm really glad that you asked it.
Oh my god. I think I jumped in VC one time in the Discord, and I think I was asked this question directly.
Yes.
But I will now, for the sake of it being recorded on Shanties, also complete it. Yeah, it's totally toxic here. It's totally.
That's my god right there.
Let's go.
I love how this whole idea was spun off of like 2 lines in a world of Starlost and meeting a single cleric of Sarai. That is the extent to which we know these
That's
people.
good world building.
And there was a cleric of Nolasis.
There was. Yeah.
Even a cleric of Nolasis is Ikora. For those who
Yeah.
don't know, Ikora was a cleric of Nolasis.
I don't
Crow
know.
has
if
a
it-
question, I think.
Yeah, Crow, what's your question?
Oh, if you were continuing on the question that was asked, continue. Come to me after. I'll be
Oh,
waiting.
okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, Nolasis, it's Nolasis and Sarai look identical except for like color palettes. And that is because Sarai was considered to be like the most majestic and beautiful of the gods because she's a star.
Aphrodite.
And Nolasis's whole thing is that she's a being of envy and want and the manifestation of that. So she chose to look exactly like Sarai and then tell everybody that they just look the same or that Sarai has copied her. Like, because she wants to be the most beautiful and majestic one.
Isn't this the plot of Fate?
No, this is the Trojan War.
Yeah, no. Noah said, "Oh yeah, Aphrodite," and I'm like, "Don't ask which god is the most attractive. That started a war."
Yeah.
I have an apple to throw.
So yeah, that's why Nolasis is so similar to Sarai because it's a representation of her being jealous.
This is horse doing it.
That's awesome.
Or if you ask a cleric of Nolasis, it's because she got everything she wanted and she's the most majestic, and now Sarai is jealous of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello,
Yes.
hello.
Yes, Crow.
Question. I don't know if it was addressed at the end of the last epilogue. Greg, did you ever say what happened to the simulacrums?
No, I didn't. Oh, and there
Like-
was a question about what happened to Delilah. I
Yeah,
rolled
specifically,
for
'cause
it.
I know. I don't think everybody else knows.
I rolled. It's so funny because it was a simulacra of Lotus, Hush,
And Dolus.
Dolus. Yeah, and then one of the Delilahs went. I rolled for it. Only the simulacra of Hush survived. Lotus and Dolus' simulacra both went out protecting him.
I didn't even remember there was one of Lotus.
What did they
Yeah,
die
I made it.
to?
Yeah, because there were 3 Lotuses at one point. It was like, whoa! What did
Yeah,
they
'cause Hush
die
made it.
to? I don't know. Monsters, natural
Yeah.
phenomena. Shit's fucked up over there.
Dolus, I remember we said the Dolus one probably died trying to protect the Lotus one, and then the Lotus one died trying to protect the Hush one.
Yeah.
Delilah died?
And then Delilah didn't die because Delilah's simulacra work different. They're all a hive mind.
Yeah.
The moment they crossed enough of the storm wall, Delilah's simulacra just disconnected.
Oh, and
'Cause
just
there
kind of.
Yeah, there is no communication of any kind through the storm wall, including like telepathic connections. So that version of Delilah was like, all right, let's see if this works. Got like 6 days into the journey. And then one day at breakfast, I remember I specified how it happened. One day at breakfast, she was just sitting there eating with all the other simulacra. And then she just went boom onto the table. And then that was it. She was just gone. She was just gone.
I love the idea
So they
that the
folded her up
simulacra
in
just
like a
hang out
fucking
together.
coat closet. And she just stayed
Yeah.
there for the whole time.
I was like, did they bring her back when the 6 months was up?
It was quiet.
Yeah, when they came back,
Lotus.
she just immediately was like, "Whoa!"
Was
Where have I been?
Did we name the Dolus simulacrum? Was it Iliac?
It was
I don't know.
Iliac.
It was Iliad.
It was
Okay,
Iliad.
so yeah, it was Philotis, Quiet, and Iliac.
Iliac. It's like the
Yeah.
fucking
Only one that-
Walmart versions.
Ace Jet, we're not answering that fucking question. Fuck off.
I'll answer it.
I'll
Wait, I wanna know.
answer
What's the
it.
question?
What's the question?
I specifically Level always asks what everyone's favorite food is, and we're always like, stop fucking asking. I specified that Level can ask what my favorite food is if Level wants.
Oh, I remember. I said you can ask mine, and I won't answer you.
And
I'll give mine. It pisses everyone off.
Plain salad.
No, you're close. It's salad bar.
yeah, it's a
Yeah,
salad.
fuck.
Salad bars are really good.
Is that a
Yeah.
food or is that a location?
There you go.
The,
Here
that's
it- now the
no,
ball
it's
starts
not.
rolling.
Here it
No,
is.
no,
You've
no,
played
no,
Red
no,
Road,
no,
and
no,
everyone
no,
played
no,
Pot of
no,
Green, and he
answer.
draws 3
Answer. I don't
cards.
want to do this.
My favorite food is shrimp fettuccine alfredo.
Wow. You
That's
should
very
you should told me I could have made
Hispanic
you
of
some.
you, Cryo.
It's
What?
so Hispanic of me.
Yeah.
My second favorite food is very Hispanic. It's tamales. I fucking love
Nice.
tamales.
My
But if
favorite
you-
food
yeah,
is
Fuck
pizza
tamales.
because
Pizza.
obvious.
Yeah,
Are we
yeah.
answering this? Are we doing this?
Yeah, everyone answer.
Okay. I don't
To be
know.
fair, though,
To
if
be
we
fair,
do
the
answer it
the
right now, it
question-
can never be asked again in the future.
It's
The
true.
question
not true.
normally is what everybody character's favorite food is. Now it's
Yeah.
ours.
Fucking. I don't know. I feel like I've been put on the spot.
I feel like I've been put on.
I
This
had
is
like
a
a
question like 4-year-olds ask each other. What do you mean you're put on the spot?
It used to be buffalo
Yeah,
wings.
but when you're a 4-year-old, you've had like 4 foods, so you
Yeah.
say chicken nugget.
Yeah.
Or
It hon-
applesauce.
It used to be buffalo wings, and then my stomach decided that it doesn't want to do buffalo anymore. So now it's
Oh.
steak, I guess. I
I'm a
really
beef
do love a
stroganoff
good
guy.
steak.
Beef stroganoff.
Ugh.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
While we're
He's laughing or
processing,
throwing it off.
Jet has asked several times in several other shanties what like colors are for various nations. So I'll answer this for you now, Jet, and everybody who's curious. Stonekeepers, browns and reds. It's lots of browns and reds. Dragonlost is a lot of different colors because it's a federation of tribes, so there's no specific one. Ubua is blues and golds. Shadestep is purples and reds. The Talon Isles are currently under occupation by Stonekeeper and are a colony, but originally they were lots of various greens and silvers, but also they were lots of different tribes and kingdoms, so they were very diverse. I think I hit. Oh, the Westwood. The Westwood is green, brown, and white. Ta-da! There you go, Jet.
Jet,
I got you.
sometimes listen, man, we want to answer your questions. Sometimes though, we don't know how to answer how gunpowder works. Like
I know how gunpowder works.
I know.
Yeah, that's why it ended up in Superfluous and not in an actual Shanties.
Oh god, I had something. I'll never figure it out.
I think I
It's
also,
gone
I
forever.
also like fettuccine right now.
Yeah.
By the way.
Did everyone
Yeah,
answer
let's
the
go!
favorite food? Ray, what's
I
your
think
favorite food?
fettuccine alfredo is probably my favorite.
Yeah, there's
Are you
Ian
asking us?
and Ray.
Did you answer
Yeah,
the
what are your
favorite
favorite
food
foods?
Yeah, I gave everybody
Um,
time to process by answering Jet's thing, but you're not off the hook.
Fuck.
Ray's is gonna list vegetables and some type of meat.
Yeah.
No, that's just what I have for dinner often.
Yeah.
That's not my
All
favorite
the time.
food.
Half a mango sometimes.
Is it truffle fries?
I
A
do
peeled
really
orange.
like truffle fries.
It
I-
might be truffle fries.
This truffle fries
Do
go
like a
crazy.
good pasta. The white sauce pasta.
Another Alfredo. Let's go.
It's either like a chicken Alfredo pasta, or if we're including like not just like main dishes, a tiramisu cake. That's I love. That's my
Mm.
that's in like top flavors of anything.
That's so fair.
Sloppy Joe is great.
Who the hell is Joe?
Joe?
What are you doing to Joe?
Sloppy Joe
Why are you
Biden. I
doing
didn't
that
know we
with
were
Joe?
getting political on this show.
Mr. President? Get down.
Sloppy Joe goes crazy. Sloppy Joe, some potato salad, and salad bar.
Someone get
second favorite, chopped cheese. Again, I'm going with the New York sweep
chopped
here.
cheese.
Yeah, it's a
What the
chopped
fuck is
up. It's a
sandwich.
chopped
It's
up
not just
hamburger.
chopped
You
up.
got like adobo, and it's like
Oh.
it's New York's Philly steak, but like better.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Ever heard, like,
I
let me
thought
get a-
it was
let me
just
get
like a
chopped
block of cheese that you like cut up and eat. Like you mean like a charcuterie board? Like what are we talking about?
John, I've never joined a college club again. I joined into one. I see a guy eating a block of cheese, and I walked out the room. And that was like 2 days ago. I'm like, fuck this. Like, I'm not coming back.
Dude, imagine that guy's watching this right now.
Yeah, he's like,
Still
I
eating
know
that
him.
cheese.
He's still eating the
You
block
walk
of
out,
cheese.
walk back in with a bigger block of cheese to assert dominance.
Yeah, power move him.
My cheese is bigger and sharper.
Was he like alone in the room just eating the block of cheese?
What
He
the
was
fuck
in a
are
room
we
where-
talking about
I
right
don't
now?
know.
Can we
I
get
don't
back
know.
on track, please?
Thank
What
you.
would you say, Ian?
Can we
Ian,
just
what's
get
your
back
favorite-
on track? Like this
Oh,
conversation
yeah.
is over
Yeah,
now.
this is why we don't
Favorite
answer this
food.
fucking question anymore.
question.
We've done
Ian
it.
hasn't answered.
It's over. Yes, I did.
He said beef stroganoff.
Oh, he did. Beef stroganoff.
Eat food until I'm sure.
Beef
Shut
stroganoff.
Shut the fuck up,
All right.
bro.
All right, Cryo.
Yeah.
Listen, you had a lot that you wanted to say when we finished the campaign proper. And we said we'll save it for the shanties, and then it was
but that
like,
was like
2
3
months.
ago. Yeah, it was like
I'm giving you the
Um,
stage.
God.
He's sweating. I
Starlost
can
was
see it.
awesome. Starlost was it was so fun to play a whole campaign in a whole world I made for 3 years, or 3.5. And I want to thank you guys and the audience for like the world was so what? What do you do? What's happening?
Fucking K down there. I can't take anything seriously. I'm over here trying to be a nice little listener, and
you guys and the audience and everybody loving Starlost so much. It's so validating and nice in such a way. Because, like, I don't know, I write and make worlds and do stuff all the time. And it's not that you guys don't like my writing, but it's that, A, not everybody here reads a bunch of shit. And B, it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, Cryo wrote a book, or wrote stories, or wrote poetry, and like, oh, it's nice, and da-da-da-da-da. And it's another for you guys to actively, like, engage in the world and be like, I like this, I like these things, I want to be involved in these things. And then having people at home being like, oh, I want this to be a campaign setting that I can be in. I want you guys to be able to, I want to know more about this one thing that got, like, Mage's Isle. It's just a name on the map. And you guys are like, oh, I like Mage. What the fuck are you guys doing? I keep seeing you motherfuckers giggling and typing.
Because Oz is being a shithead, so I turned
Not
his camera
you.
off.
Not you, Ian. You're fine.
I'm chilling.
Yo, Cryo, you gotta promote your stuff. I'm okay. Thank you, though. Thank you.
This is Cryo's stuff now, and Cryo's very proud of it.
Yeah. So it's so cool having you guys be like, oh, I want to do a one-shot in Starlost, and I want to know more about Mage Isle, just a name I put on a map. Having all of you guys earlier be like, what is its deal? What's the deal with Mage Isle? I'm like, this is so nice. So thank you guys for making the silly self-critical writer in me feel like I still got it, I guess. That was my
Still got it.
short and long spiel.
God, it's a good thing we did this on recording because I'd have been roasting you that whole time.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's just cool because it's like you don't even like, yeah, you get the validation from us, and I'm sure that's special because it's like, hey, we know you, like, you know, we've spent years together.
Yeah.
But then you have these complete strangers. I mean, like this audience that wants to engage with it, that was excited when we released like Sins, and people keep asking for like Starlost modules and stuff. It's like people really like this world.
That was cool. That's so
Yeah.
cool. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad. I was so worried I'd make
Yeah.
Starlost and like 20 sessions in, you guys would be like, this place sucks. You should have used a book. You should have just played like a
The fucking whammy
Yeah.
sound, Kay.
No, it's the fucking SpongeBob, like
Yeah.
the foghorn, like.
Oh, that's fair.
That's the thing with having an audience. An audience has no obligation to like you. So when
Yeah.
they do, and when they say they like it, and they make stuff out of it, it means they actually genuinely have some stake in it. It moves them to some degree, and they're not just being nice about it because they don't have to be.
I don't believe you guys would just be nice about Starlost. Like, I don't think you guys would be like, yeah, I love it, and not mean it. But I also believe that you guys would be like, I'm not gonna be well, not Ian. I know Ian would be super.
Yeah.
But I feel like most of you guys would be like, I'll sugarcoat telling Cryo I'm not super into this. Whereas like the audience, they have no reason to be like, yeah, the world of Starlost is nice. I don't want to hurt his feelings. Like, no, they'll just be like, yeah, I'm not into this.
I feel like definitely in the beginning, when we first started playing, if that were the case, like maybe I would have done that. But like now that I have also been DMing for like a couple of years, and like I don't know, I just changed a lot as a person. I feel like if I didn't like Starlost, I would definitely do a lot more like, do you think like maybe we can like change this? Like what you know, why is this the way that like is it important to you that this thing is the way that it is?
The way
Because I
that
feel like
it
it could be
is.
a different way.
Maybe we just tweak this.
I feel
Yeah.
like the only thing that any of us have actually like properly been like is like, Cryo, you can be mean to us. Like you can do bad things to us. In fact, it's character progression if you do.
Yeah. I struggled with that for a long time.
And now
I think the real breaking point for me was killing Lotus.
Ooh, I think that did break the dam for you, because now that I think about it since then, you're just like, if they die, they die. Like,
Dude, I remember it's so hard like getting that first like the first time a character dies for like when you're DMing, and like at least in my experience as well, where it's just like, man, that shit's rough. Like I feel like I'm taking something away from you, and I am, but it's like, man, that sucks. I remember when I did it for the first time. It was Crow's character in our campaign that we play, and he died immediately. They got revivified, but still it was just like, a wow, damn, he was like gone for a bit. And then
that hurt.
I've killed I've killed two other people since then, but like I have
Not
sort
in
of
D&D,
I've
but
yeah, since then I've sort of, you know, video games cause violence and all that. But like I just remember like I had that feeling of like, oh man, I feel so bad like doing yada yada. But now that my players are so strong, I'm like, God damn it, why am I not killing you? Why are you not dying?
Yeah, the whole campaign, the only criticism I ever gave Cryo is that he wasn't harsh enough on certain actions. That was the only criticism I ever gave him. And I made sure he knew it every time I was displeased.
I think, like, overall, like, yeah, the world of Starlost, it's fucking awesome. And, like, the fact that we even get to have so many people rally around it. But I genuinely think one of my favorite things about this show in general is, like, we all were pretty close to some degree. Maybe some connections stronger than others between people, but, like, this has been like a massive, massive bonding experience with everybody. Like, I barely knew Crow when I invited him to do Solstice. And now he's the reason that I met my partner, and like we do a show together every week. Like, it was
Vice versa.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have my partner, who I love dearly, without Starlost. I wouldn't have them without Pee Pee Popity Po.
And like that is hands down, I think, my favorite thing about this series is like, end all be all. It's like, yeah, okay, we do put the show out for people, but it's like every week I get to jump into a world with my friends and talk to them about it and nerd out about something that technically, if not a single other soul ever saw it, I would still be talking to them the exact same way. And being so excited about all the little things, like Lorelai being revealed as a dragon. Nobody ever saw Ray and I screaming about it in DMs, but we did. and nobody saw like Cryo and I sitting in the living room after Socks died and me just going like, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I can bring a good character again. Like, I don't and Cryo taking a lot of time to assure that like, it's like, you can do it again. You just need to like trust the process this time and get it done. And none of that has anything to do with the fact that this ever made it to YouTube or Spotify or anything like that. It all had to do with the fact that I got to do it with these people.
Yeah.
I had no idea who Crow was before, and now we laugh and we joke, and he punches me and meet up all.
Yeah, I punched K really hard one time.
Yeah.
Because he made me laugh like really hard, and I show my love through like physical contact and
Physical
I
violence.
Enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Just
I
like my
enjoyed that
dad.
joke too much, so I punched
my
him
Oh
God.
my
hard.
god.
You just
Yeah, he
decked
was-
him in the
he-
face.
No, he like punched me in the arm, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you played it off, but you were like, man.
Yeah,
You know, we were at
this-
the I don't remember what he said, but I was just like, that was so stupid. And I
You decked him in the aquarium?
Yeah, it was as we were leaving the aquarium, and I just remember like I was like, haha, yeah, and then like 10 minutes later, like I lifted my arm and it still hurt, and I was like, man, damn.
lived up. There's
Wow,
a,
I
there's
must
a
be really
fist
funny.
bruise.
I need to distance myself from
Yeah.
Crow.
Yeah.
I gotta
I-
not make him laugh. I might be in danger if I do.
God, I didn't even think about that. It was so neat that we all got to like, a lot of us, I guess it was mostly Ray, actually. I feel like I had bumped into everybody else before. But like, all of us were like together in one place, minus Pulse, but Pulse tried his best. Like,
I didn't really know. I knew Pulse. We'd been in like chats together and on streams together through mutual friends before this, but I had never hung out with Pulse. And now I can be like, I've been in Pulse's house.
I've
I
been in
didn't
your
know-
walls.
I'm in your walls. I didn't know Crow, and now like there have been times when I've had a rough day and I've called Crow and just been like, hey man, let's just talk. Because I just wanted to like talk to somebody. And you're the only one who's like who I can just call right now and talk to. And you're like just a good voice to have. Oz and I had been in the same like relative circle for years, and I knew Oz existed, but I didn't know anything about Oz. And like Oz and I, when I went traveling and ended up in the same cities as Oz, we just spent a whole day together walking around a park and getting ice cream and talking.
I realized, like, aside from Ray, the only reason anyone knew I existed is as a random chatter in some guy's stream. And it's like, I think Ray was the only person who knew I existed.
Yeah, because you did art.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is now a surprise to parts of our audience.
I knew
Yeah,
you,
apparently.
I knew you were a chatter in the stream, and I knew you did art because it had shown up before in like collabs and stuff. Did you do the Ruby zine that we worked on forever again? I feel like you did.
No, I
What?
wanted to, and I asked about it, and I was like, yeah, we're probably not doing that again.
Oh, that is very true.
Oh yeah, you wanted to do
Yeah.
another one.
Because that
Yeah.
sucked to do.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh.
it was.
I wanted
It's
to
just
be
so
in the
cool.
Ruby scene.
Yeah. Seasons
I
of
was
Remnant.
denied.
I'm sorry.
Hey, apply again. Maybe I'll get it.
It's been a long time now.
Is it too late now? Shoot an email.
Like looking back on it, I absolutely know that my art was not up to cuff, especially when I got the zine and I looked at everyone else's art and I'm like, yeah, no, this is a good thing that I wasn't a part of this. Lower the fucking stock value of this zine.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
also
no.
in the moment, I'm just like, man,
Yeah.
I'll never forget this.
That was a canon event for
I
Kenny.
will remember that.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
It's-
why I killed Cryo's character in our campaign.
Payback.
It's always funny for me to explain without any context, but the reason I'm in Starlost is because I was mean to Ray. I'm in Starlost because I got timed out in Ray's Twitch chat.
Real?
It's
Huh.
funnier if I don't. I just love the out of context like domino effect there.
Well, it's funny because Ray's in Starlost because I called him Stinky. Like,
Timed out by K.
sorry, in our previous life when we were friends for
Yeah,
like 6 years and
previous life?
364 days.
Yeah,
Dude, I remember
Your friendship ended.
I
Yeah,
remember
but we
when we were
restarted.
like, I remember when I was like, oh, I had been reached out to about like Starlost and like potentially playing D&D again, but like it being recorded. And like I had ultimately come to the decision to play because I was like, nobody's gonna see it anyways.
Oops.
I was like, whatever. Like, what am I getting anxious about? Like, it's fine. It's just D&D with friends.
I love the concept of you going, no one's gonna see it anyway, and then just like a hard cut to us doing the panel.
Dude, that panel.
Yeah,
was
that's when I became
awesome.
lucid.
I
Yeah,
don't
we
think
gotta
we
do it
ever
again.
got the chance to talk about it on like a Shanties or whatever, but holy shit. I am still surprised people came and laughed at jokes that we said.
Yeah, when we
Um,
got there, you were like, "There's so many people here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like 40, 50 people. Granted,
Well, and then I said, "The room's half empty."
Yeah.
and granted,
I
it
just-
wasn't like the Starlost panel. Like we were a
Yeah.
bunch of people talking D&D, but even that was just like, there is no reason that we should have gotten that panel. Like,
Yeah. Dude, I love watching because Ray had like recorded a bunch, and like a bunch of us like had recorded bits of it, and just love the video. This one clip of Ray recording the room, like of the people in the panel, and then it pans over to me. I look into the camera. I'm like, I think these guys are in the wrong room.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean,
One should tell them.
I think that's just insanity how it's like, yeah, we're 3.5 years deep. I know these people better than a lot of people I grew up with now. Like, and I would give the world for them. I genuinely would.
Yeah,
I would trade Martin
Aw.
to keep them.
It's really crazy because not only have we as like a group grown significantly closer to each other, but it's like we have created a platform for other people to make friends and grow close to. There have been D&D campaigns that have started with people who came together from watching Starlost, and I feel like
Really?
that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Several.
I think it's almost a dozen.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
read them in the comments.
So it's awesome, and just getting to see like groups form in the Discord as well. Join the Discord if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Is really awesome to watch. Like a lot of us read through every single message.
Kay doesn't, but
Yeah, as established. And so it's like last night I was super zonked from the market I was doing. I was just sitting watching the chat go as people were talking in general. I'm like, this is nice. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. I never have the little Discord white bubble up next to the Starlost Discord unless it is while I'm going to read it. Like I see that and I'm like, what are people saying? But
it's like how we never really need moderation because so many of us read every message anyways.
Yeah.
yeah, very rarely does something pop up and one of us isn't like, hey, whoa.
And thankfully,
Like, not
a
actually watching.
lot of you are pretty good. Like, there's a weird self-policing system that started to happen in the Discord, to where somebody will say something off color, and everyone will go, "Don't do that."
I like that this is a community that was based on. I like that this was a community based from YouTube, and it's the only YouTube comments that I read that are not making fun of me. I enjoy this. You guys are nice.
That's because we do it on screen.
God, now I have to start commenting on all of our videos. That's crazy.
Real quick on the self-moderation of Discord, our Discord's so good about one of my biggest fucking pet peeves for other Discords, and that's talking about off-topic shit in a topic channel. Like, our Discord is so good with having someone be like, oh, we should probably talk about this in video games, actually.
Yeah.
And then just going and talking about it in video games. I know so many people who are like, no, I don't want to change channels. It's going to ruin the conversation. Bro, it's the same conversation. Just have it in the right place. And you guys are so good about that. Huge shout out to you guys.
Yeah,
You guys are fantastic about that.
Oh, fuck.
Biggest.
I meant to answer this earlier because a lot of people were asking. Yeah, the boars multiplying is a god being really thinking it's funny.
Did somebody ask?
Somebody asked that in chat earlier, and I didn't write it down.
Yeah. The god of betrayal. I think it's Vastma.
Yeah.
I think it's Vastma. Let me be double sure.
Betrayal.
Vastma, the Lord of Nothing, god of the forgotten and betrayed. The boar got fucking destroyed after Mara like convinced them he was their friend, and Wasma was like, you know what? Fuck you guys, and just made the boar multiply, and he made them all fucking hate Mara.
When me and Cryo met up in real life, we went to a zoo, and Cryo had the plan that he would reveal that while we were standing next to the boars. And when we went to go pick up the camera, we just got so distracted by the boars, we just forgot.
Completely. Yeah.
We just started watching the boars.
I love
And it is. It's so good.
Right.
I was just still emoting about it. You go.
I love that. Ultimately, it was Dolus that killed the boars.
Yes.
But Mara is the one that they hate because of the principle of how it happened.
Listen,
not because I actually killed them.
You were the Reaper. They. Mara, however, was the betrayer.
Mara
Animals
was the
get
devil
hunted all the
whispering in their
time.
ears.
That's like animals get killed for food all the time. That was personal. That was rude. Yeah.
I love this fucking weird imagery of like Mara like running away and then just the fucking Dolus's silhouette rising, the boar just fucking running away. It's so silly.
The first circle of hell, Brutus, Judas, Mara from Starlost.
I also love because wasn't it like when we did like boar hunting on the island, I got like a nat 20 or some shit like that.
Mhm.
Like you can't fucking make that shit up, man.
No.
Like that's so it's just I don't know why. That's something I discovered about my character.
It's fantastic. But yeah, so the boar there are just gonna duplicate in mass until
Forever.
they can kill Mara. Until they can kill.
Well, Mara's dead, so.
Yep. The boar are just gonna duplicate in
He's
mass.
in boar hell.
Yeah, the god of boars was like, you.
It's like how Australia has 25 million Australians but 50 million kangaroos.
Yeah.
You think Mara didn't want to come back because Mara knew
the
what was
boar
wrong for him?
Boar. You get boar meat, but somewhere there's a killer boar that's gonna chase you.
It's
Just
the
like
snail
Mark-
that follows you
Mortal
around.
snail.
Mara comes back and it's like, wait, why am I back? No, and then the wave of boar.
You're up.
That's-
Just a boar at the door.
Brother, no, long live the king.
Uh,
Oh my god, that's so stupid.
they found me.
What were we talking about before we brought this
we were
up?
talking about how
Probably something
Starlost is
sentimental.
really great because it's like a friendship. You know, like at the
Oh,
end of the
yeah.
day, it doesn't matter that it's a show.
It's so funny, like now thinking back of like how we started and versus now, where like now, like I have just accepted that Starlost and like the other D&D campaigns I play are just part of my weekly schedule.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like, okay, cool. I'm planning other things around that. You know,
Yeah.
in moderation, obviously, but just like, you know, like, oh, like someone will be like, hey, do you want to hang out on Monday? And I'll be like, oh, I'm recording Starlost that evening. Can we do
Alright.
another day? It's just like, oh yeah, it's just a concrete
It's your
part of my
life now.
life. Yeah.
One day there will be a day where we go to a con and do an actual Starlost panel, and that room will be empty. No.
Then
that
Ray.
in the universe.
That room will have one guy in it in the back of the room eating a block of cheese.
And he'll be like, I disagree.
No, we can't. bring that up.
Starlost started with nervous laughter. Remember that? Yeah, I was very nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually have to go back and watch that now.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Starlost
Well, it's-
started with nervous laughter.
It
Yeah,
starts with just
I
all of
was
us
nervous.
laughing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll remember that.
It also started with me having not eaten a bite all day and Ian making fun of me for just housing my dinner that night.
Yeah, that sounds like something I'd do.
But yeah, I don't know. Like if y'all did a panel at MomoCon, I am only one state away. I would be at that panel. We talked about maybe doing a con again one day, but I think we all just kind of want to go and like take a trip first where we actually all get to hang out without having to schedule.
Yeah,
Right.
man, we'll be
I
at
mean-
MomoCon 2024.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably like a few of us I know will probably be at MomoCon just because it's like it's big.
You live in the
and it's a
area?
convention, and it's around. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but as far as like a whole coordinated effort of like getting everybody in the same con again, we will probably maybe again one day. I'm sure we would all be happy to. We just don't know which one yet.
yeah.
I think we said a
Yippee.
Canadian con next time.
I already
We
went
all
a
go to
Canadian.
OhioCon.
Ray's like
At least more
power.
than
We should all go to OhioCon.
Oh, OhioCon.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
OhioCon.
It's
OhioCon.
OhioCon in
Yeah.
Ohio.
It's in Ohio, but it's
And
Ohio.
it's OhioCon.
Really, really clever.
It's in Ohio, OhioCon.
Oh, but I've almost gone to that before, honestly.
These are
It's the
future
best con I've
things.
ever been to. Genuinely.
Because it was empty?
No, it was actually very full. Shut up, Oz.
Yeah, because there's nothing else to do in the state.
There you
It's
go.
like,
I mean,
there's
I-
a
I-
convention?
I mean, I'm only 3 hours away, so
Come to Northern Europe. We don't got Northern Europe money.
I don't even have a passport.
I'm
for that.
considering it. I do like Europe.
Never been.
Do enjoy.
Is there a train there? Because that's my limit. Is there
Hold
a
up. If there's a
there?
train, I'm on it.
I hate Europe. It's nice. It's boring sometimes.
K is so gone.
He is fighting for his
K
life
is
right
drop-
now.
dropping
Europe
lore,
is
but-
insane.
But no, I mean,
we hog.
I always
I
go
you
ahead.
go.
You go. You go.
no, you go.
No, you
go.
go.
I'm changing the subject.
Kiss! Kiss!
I don't
Kiss!
know why.
I.
Understand what's happening.
Okay. Oh man.
2 attacks. Make
Make
'em.
them. I was gonna say like my kind of like next thing was just like it's really funny how many inside jokes exist that are just they're not funny to the audience. They're not funny, but they're really funny to us. Fucking the piss water, one of the funniest things on the face of the earth to us. Lasagna, a lot of people, I'm talking to you, Cody. I know you hate that lasagna joke. That's the funniest shit ever.
A Ford F-150 meme.
Yeah, so if there's anything that proves that we do just genuinely, it's just genuine friendship all around. It's the fact that we make jokes that just aren't fucking funny, but
Two attacks.
make them.
Make me
My favorite.
The blooper reel was never released on its own, so it just lives in us saying it.
Yeah.
I have the meme somebody made while I was, because I disconnected and someone screenshotted it, put me in black and white, and put the fucking quote on it while I was still disconnected. I have that saved.
That was me.
I was like,
That was me.
one of our best-selling T-shirts is a joke that does not exist in any piece
It's
of
not
content.
in the series. This isn't in the series. This is me and a VC just sleep deprived.
Best-selling T-shirts.
I need a compilation of all the best Starlost jokes. All right, here's the beautiful thing. There's a thing called user-generated content. You guys can make these things. We have to make the show. You can make the funnies.
Cryo 2023.
It's so funny. It's so funny to me. Just my frozen face. God.
Poor K is dead as hell.
Yeah. Huge. What else do we want to talk about? We've been going for like 3 hours. Is there anything else we want to
4
say
hours.
or talk about?
Has been
Like
4
4
hours.
hours. Like I think.
Yeah, I mean,
you
I
guys
don't
wanna
have anything
reveal
else really
anything
to say.
about-
Do we want to do a quick what's the word I'm thinking of? Foreshadowing of our campaign 1 characters' futures, even though we won't get to really see them.
Oh, what they're gonna.
Like
I can do a quick where they're at.
Oh,
I guess
back.
not.
I just
I'm like, I could do a quick where there's at.
I just want to know where the third hand came from. God damn it.
No wonder. So the finest, as they go on, Annie, for the foreseeable future, never comes back across the storm wall. Spends the rest of her time over on the other side, whatever is happening over there. Dulles and Alina are the Lord and Lady. I'm giving what's happening in the future to the finest. Just a teasers.
I went and restarted my router.
Dulles and Alina, the Lord and Lady of Ravenloft. They help Hush raise the city out from beneath, and it becomes one of the major cities of Eubua and one of the major cities of the world of Starlost, because it's on mountains that are full of fucking platinum. Lotus does become a captain. Eventually becomes maybe more than a captain, maybe an admiral, whether she decides to remain with Twinktania or become a pirate. Because Twink doesn't want pirates working for Twinktania.
come on! Don't come at me like that. Like that's a bad thing. That
No, that's
makes
valid.
sense.
Very valid. Did they have kids, Dulles and Alina? I guess that's a question for Kay. Kay, would Dulles and Alina have kids?
I don't know.
I guess that one's up in the air.
I'll say, at the time of the whenever campaign 2 is, no.
Not had a kid yet by whenever campaign 2 is happening.
No.
We haven't
Will
talked about
they?
that.
Maybe. Who knows?
Ardian, Twink, remains the Twink of Twinktania for a very long time, working with the EEC. But eventually, knowing his logical mind, as he starts to get older and sort of newer, younger artificers are rising up, he takes sort of a back seat and lets there be the second Twink of Twinktania somewhere. It'd take a long time, though, knowing Twink.
I hope we get to find out who the second Twink of Twinktania is.
It'd be pretty neat. I don't know. Gnomes live a pretty long time.
Yeah.
It will be a long time before there's another Twink of Twinktania.
I mean, he can retire early.
Yeah, he gets sick of it.
Yeah, I feel like that's that's
It is much more
that
likely, I
seems in
think,
line.
that he would just get sick of it, but also,
as opposed to living out his entire life.
I mean, the power ego that he would have, it could take a long time.
It's going to take a
True.
while. He's going to have a real wake-up call when he's old and his bones aren't quite working anymore. To finally
It's
be
like
all right.
a couple hundred years from now, just like sitting in like the 1000th meeting.
Why did you let me do this for so long?
I just imagine like
Madam
in a
O'Hare is
meeting,
like, I tried to kick you out for years.
in a meeting like hundreds of years from now, just I can't do it anymore.
You just
Flip a table.
You don't do it all officially. You just flip the table and jump out the window.
Oh my
You
God.
flip the table,
Snaps.
point at somebody. You're like, you're the Twink now, and you just leave.
That's how the progression of Twink goes now, is selected by the previous
it
one.
becomes tradition.
Whenever the previous one just loses
This
their
is
fucking
not a
mind.
democracy.
Kieran,
It's true. Huon probably would be the second Twink.
yeah, Huon or Auvert probably. Auvert wouldn't want it. Auvert would say no if you offered it to her.
You're the Twink now is a wild ass statement.
You're the Twink now.
Like all mind pointing.
Kieran set back out to try and do his best in the Southern Waste to sort of recover and repair what remained of
Got back on the
Asphodel,
boat.
his small home, alongside a pink tiefling that accompanied him. Because, Oz, I know that you have that lore built up.
Pink teeth.
I've realized
Different
too
pink
that Kieran
tiefling.
is now the shortest lived of everybody in the party. So you all will see him die long before the rest of you will.
Kieran is the only one who will live.
I'll make it a
human
day of
life.
celebration in Twinktania.
But who's the pink tiefling?
Natalie
Kieran-
Nikki Harper Paisley, one of the captain NPCs.
The bard that I
Oh.
met while we were in refuge in Dragon
Oh.
Lost.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oz and Lily made up lore.
Kieran is building a library of books he cannot read.
Like because it's in a different language, or because
No, he's
not
illiterate.
Oh.
That's how we find out he's illiterate.
No, we've said he didn't finish school.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's why you
like,
need to know about history.
he always carried a book around with him. That was like one of his
Of
character
spells
traits.
he wrote.
Okay,
It's
but how did
written
he
in
write
crayon.
them? Yeah, like,
Gibberish.
It's pictures.
yeah, all the words are spelled wrong.
I cast furball.
No, it's all written in like old English.
Oh my god.
It's in
Ah.
emojis, so he like signs his name with a drawing of a key and
It's
a
the
dude running.
fire emoji.
Key ran.
Oh god, Kieran has the most
Um,
Gen Alpha fucking spell book.
Stupid.
Hush becomes a professor, and eventually, Crow, I know you told me this. Eventually, when he can cast high enough magic, he extends his lifespan also, specifically by the exact amount of time he was in the Amber, because he wants to know what it was like to actually live that long.
Aw,
Not just survive, but live.
Yeah.
never got taller than Dolphins.
I also cast Wish to make myself always taller than Dolus. I'm gonna roll for it 1 second.
You can no longer
I
cast
cast
Wish ever
Wish.
again.
I counterspell your wish.
I rolled a 77. I can do it.
It's an
I
arms
count-
race.
I cast wish to make it so that Hush's last wish never happens.
Damn.
Every time
I
they meet
cast
each other,
wish
they
to
both
make
get an
it
inch
so
taller.
you can't cast wish anymore.
Well, I already cast the one that I wanted, so
It's an immovable,
85 is
immovable
slab, and then
object.
I do it again to get rid of your wish.
my wish was never happens. So
This is so
Uh,
stupid.
As far as prominent NPCs go, Lorelei, after a few decades.
Yeah,
What
fuck
was that
Hank and
one?
Doc. We don't need to know
Oh,
about
that's
their futures.
right. I
We're
thought I
gonna
started.
find
with
Damn,
them.
no god likes them. I don't get an after story.
I thought I started with you. I thought I already said it.
No, it was just me going, God damn it, I want to know where the third hand comes from. And you go, maybe
That's
one
right.
day.
That's why I thought I started. Yeah. Okay. Doc eventually becomes head of the guard after a few people retire. So he is the head of the King's Guard of Ubua. Eventually becomes one of the leading magic users, if not the de facto archmage of Twinktania, because Alina kind of essentially cedes the role as she and Dolus become Lord and Lady, and then she ends up crossing the storm wall back and forth a bunch, so she's not around Twinktania. And then when she's on the other side of the wall, she cannot magically communicate back to Twinktania. So basically, the job just goes to Hick, because Hick knows magic, and Alina's like, here's all of my paperwork.
she's like a sub teacher.
Yeah.
Eventually, Elsie does move out of Iceholm, and Doc and Elsie end up together.
Aww.
Thank God. That boy was hopeless. Otherwise.
I don't know whether they have kids. What do you think? Do they have kids?
Hick definitely adopts
Okay.
with Nori. Somebody did ask if they take who takes the last name. I don't think either of them do. I think it's just something to where it's like, we're married, that's it. Doc, I don't know. Maybe, I'm gonna do the same thing that Kay does and just go put a pin in it.
All right. Crow?
I have a question. And if you
Yeah.
want me to roll for this, I will. After the amount of time that Hush is alive, does he eventually obtain a beanstalk worm? Is a gargantuan-sized creature.
Motherfucker. Stop asking if you get weird animals.
I wanted to predict the new Croitus. It's so cool. Look it up. It's a cool monster.
You're gonna be alive for like 1,000 years. Yes, you can find a beanstalk worm at some point.
Yes! He has a beanstalk worm. Look it up. It's a cool
I
thing.
love that Crow is just putting Cryo on the spot right now so that Cryo can't really say no.
Holy shit, this thing is so cool.
Yeah, right. I did not put him on something because they said it. I was like, I'll roll for it. You want me to?
Yeah, that's actually the big reason that Doc will eventually have kids. Is because Aldrich's like, if you let the bloodline die here.
Well, no, because Hickory adopts. So Aldrich is like, yeah, I'll just go with that kid.
I didn't know if it had to be fucking genetic relation.
It was a blood
man.
curse.
Just familial.
I just love all like Hush starts like the new city up again. Lotus goes on her pirate adventures. Doc becomes the leader of the guard. Dolus is like a male wife.
Yeah.
Like he stays at home.
Congrats,
and, like,
trophy
makes dinner.
husband.
Yeah. Dolus just is like like I can, especially after like they, because like for the first couple of years after they get married, Dolus and Alina do a lot of like plane hopping and like just exploring shit and doing random shit, just having fun. But then like after that sort of settles down, like Dolus is just he's a male wife. He just like Alina goes off to work as the archmage, and like he does a meeting if he has to, or like makes some decisions, and then he goes home and he makes dinner, and he like makes cleans and like is just there at home.
He's just
Hey,
happy.
he can hang out. He can hang out with Doc. Doc's still around in Hush.
On the other side,
On the
Hush
other
is
side of the
close. Doc
continent.
is on the other side of the continent.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
actually a great. What's going on with Maddie?
Maddie, he gets older.
Thanks.
I don't know what you guys want me to say. He's the prince of a country.
That's true.
He grows up and he's the prince of a country.
I didn't know if you were like, and then Matthias steps down, or like, and then Maddie's like, fuck it, I want to travel.
Yeah, Matthias is still going to be king for like a good like 60 or 70 years because he's a half elf. So Maddie, who is, God, 1/4 elf, is probably going to be old by the time Matthias is like ready to step down.
That's rough.
Maddie's probably never going to be king.
Yeah. Even
Does the
rougher, his
fact-
guard is going to. Sorry.
Stop interrupting Ray.
Does the fact that Lotus and Philly babysit Maddie affect like the decisions that Maddie has made in his life?
Yes, it does. Not positively.
Not positively.
He's absolutely a problem.
That sucks for Maddie. The head of guard and the king are definitely gonna outlive him. Actually.
Well, like Maddie doesn't care.
Yeah.
What is it? Yubawa isn't a generational monarchy, anyways.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's
It's
trial
a
by
republic.
combat.
It's a republic. It's a yeah.
I love it. I love imagining like the different members of the finest take turns like babysitting like Maddie and just like telling stories to him and Adrenus's kid.
He'd probably.
also, sorry.
Oh, go. No, you go.
I'm about to say, let's also not forget, because it's a great point you bring up, Cryo. Let's also not forget that Dolus is also now available to take the crown of Yubua.
True.
Yeah, as a
Dolus
lord.
could one day become the king. He's
Maybe
one
one
of the
day.
lords. Anyone can challenge the king to be king, even random citizens.
Right.
But they have to have enough lords agree
Backing
with
them.
it. Yeah.
The male wife king.
Crowd, can we confirm this on camera though? Does Doc ever beat Lord Drenus?
Eventually, after a couple decades, yeah, you probably beat him. In the fight.
It takes a
Got
long
like
time, a lot of
200
ass
years of
beatings.
I know.
experience on you.
That's all I needed
I
to know.
love it. That's so funny.
Marcos
I love-
and Tim are exactly the same.
Just
to say
immortal
something.
for some reason.
Oh, I had this realization. I don't remember if I ever said it like to everyone, where I was just like, Twink giving Dolus that deed was what actually, for the first time, made Dolus a genie lord.
Boo!
That's
I
not
like
even a
it.
pun. That's sick. What the fuck?
That's
He became a genie
sick.
lord.
He said that's sick.
Now the material plane has a genie lord.
Yeah, he's a genie
was-
lord.
I was about to say,
Is he a
does that
comma
genie
mean
lord.
lord or a lord genie?
A genie, comma lord.
the real question is whether or not they'll
Genie
ever take
comma
over
lord.
for Kaeli whenever she decides that she wants to atomize or whatever genie lords do.
Wants to atomize.
So with the way genie lords work, it is you just whoever is the most power, like reaches a certain power threshold of genies in the plane is the genie lord. So like for Kaeli to give that up, she'd have to die.
Mhm.
There
That's
is
what I
no,
said.
she cannot retire. She can't be like, I'm not going to be the genie lord anymore. Here you go, Dolus. She has to die.
Like,
and that
does
power
she-
has to be dispersed.
I think that's what Noah was saying. Like
Yeah.
when she fucking
When she
like
just
becomes
gives
up.
so
She did
old
say-
that just becomes air.
I believe she did say at some point she will die. Like she's effectively immortal, but
Well,
yeah,
she'll die
I mean,
if she's
same thing
killed.
with. Well, isn't it also like after they live long enough, they just sort of become energy?
Anytime they die, they just become energy. So all of the elementals are effectively immortal unless they are destroyed in some way.
Right. I was thinking because it was like, oh, like that was like with Dolus being immortal. Like I thought that it was like, oh, he will live for a really, really, really long time, and then he'll just become air.
No. You guys, when you asked her if she'd die eventually, and she was like, one day, she means one day something's going to kill me. 'Cause just that's how the odds are. Yeah.
She
If I
wasn't
live
going,
forever,
"I'll die."
statistically, It's like if I never die of old age, statistically speaking, something's gonna kill me one day.
That's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, no, genies are you just are. So if nothing ever kills Dolus and Lotus, you'll live forever. Yippee! Also, to answer a question that came up at some point from someone on Discord, Dolus and Lotus will eventually be able to grant wishes. They'll be indistinguishable from any of the other genies in function.
Ryo and I have talked about Lotus being a genie that grants power to warlocks, and it's the funniest shit ever.
Oh my god.
Absolute menace.
You're my spoon lock.
Actually, no, that's actually one of the things we
focus
said.
has to be a spoon.
No, not even the focus. It's you get to keep your powers if you give Lotus a spoon once a month. And then it's like,
Your
give me back my
payment
powers.
due.
Give me back my powers. Give me a spoon. We're in the middle of a fucking dungeon. That sucks.
Is
Got a
there a
spoon
spoon,
on you?
in that dungeon?
Yeah.
Oh my
Never thought
god.
about- I don't think Dolus would give out powers if he's just like, why? But what do I get from this? He already has everything he wants in life.
Aw.
A hot wife and good food.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Trying to think other Lorelei spends a couple of decades just being the Admiral of Twingtania, and then she reaches a point where she is gonna have to reset her age. She leaves Twingtania for a few years, comes back really young, and is like, I'm Lorelei, the daughter of Lorelei, da 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 da. And Twink is like, well, I guess you're gonna have to work to get that admiral position your mom had. And she becomes an absolute menace to the island until he gives up and just lets her have the admiral job back.
It's at least a year.
The entire
Like,
time.
I talked about it with Ian. She absolutely would solo fucking pirate the entire, like, no ship would be safe leaving Twingtania. She would fucking ransack it.
Just the entire time, Hickory, as the de facto archmage, is just like, just give it back. Just give it back to her. It's still like, I understand
Let her
it's the
be the
principle.
admiral.
We don't support nepotism on Tweaktania.
Yeah.
She
I'm like,
has to be
there-
voted into the position.
like a ship
next
sails
election
out
is
and
in
on
3
this
years.
island.
he sends like a shipment out to the mainland and it comes back like 2 hours later and it's like, yeah, a pirate beat the shit out of us. Singular, one of them. She pulled up in a rowboat, beat the crap out of us, threw all of our shit in the ocean and said, tell that little fucker to give me my job back.
Dude, that was I just think about like that last fucking epilogue, like when we fucked up that pirate ship. Like I loved that was such like a cool moment. I remember thinking of like taking like dunamancy magic and stuff and having it be like from the fucking Ikora's books that I ransacked like when no one was looking, and just like, oh cool. Here's a spell that I wouldn't have learned anywhere else. Dark Star. like, what, like, oh my god.
Oh, speaking of that kind of thing, this was never brought up because it was never relevant. But over the not 5 years, between epilogue 2 and 3, Lotus modified Raiden's mask. And now it has not only does it not give disadvantage to perception, but it also has true sight up to 30 feet.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's now called Mask of the Genie's Progeny.
Wow.
Yep.
Dolus just like put his somewhere like in a box. like hung it up somewhere.
I love
He's
that
not particular
trajectory.
with that shit.
That every other PC is like a lord or someone really important and immortal, and Kieran is just unemployed and just a guy.
Yeah.
Like an
Hey, man.
incredibly powerful random dude. I love like the idea that there are gonna be mercenaries. Like, there's no one in the southern wastes. We could just go there, and it's just a random level 20, like
Yeah,
eating a fucking coconut.
that's sort of like what I was thinking, like also like with someone like goes up to Ravenloft and like is trying to start shit, and like Dolus is like at home like watering plants outside or some shit,
With an apron
and they
on?
run. Yeah, exactly. And then he just sees them like run by and just fucking like obliterates them, like deletes them.
Is it like that anime, the Yakuza House Husband or whatever it is?
Yeah, literally. That's Dolus.
Yeah, God forbid anybody ever tries to assassinate Matthias. Doc just stops time and ends them. Like,
Matthias is in the middle of like a speech and somebody jumps down from the rafters and then it's literally like the fucking DVD skips and they're just dead on the ground.
Yeah, or like if it's like an important meeting with like a lot of the people there, and then it's like someone like jumps up and then there's just like an X, and then like on the left side is Doc and on the right side is Dolus. And
You
they're
both
gone.
just Eldritch slash a dude in half.
Yeah.
it's like they're both just like
like 32 d8s of damage or some shit like that.
Yeah. Fucking Twink Tanya and Ubula are the safest place. After the finest have reached level 20. And then there's the fucking menace of Philly and Lotus being captains roaming all of Starlost.
The one random pirate that decides to square up with the other ship and gets Philly and Lotus attacking them is so fucked.
Like, they're all world-class heroes, so there's definitely people keeping track of, like, what continents they're all on, except for Kieran, who is a footnote in history, who's just around.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
it's
man,
like, oh shit,
Come
why
to
is that guy
Ravenloft,
here?
I'll give you a job.
Yeah, that's
You
crazy.
can
He's gonna
work
give
in
you a
my
job
house if you
after I
want.
gave him a job.
Kieran, you want to work in my house? I'll let you
come
work
to
in my
Fort
house.
Dawn. I won't employ you.
You can clean the abyssal chickens.
The abyssal chickens.
Do you know there is a 10-page Kieran story that I was writing and never finished, and it's about Kieran being a receptionist at a random outpost. He's like, yeah, working minimum wage again.
Dolus
I
like,
can work with my Burbalang.
Legitimately though, if Kieran like ever asked, Dolus would like make him like a mansion, like a house somewhere. Like it's like, hey, you helped save the world too, thank you. But he just left. He
Yeah.
just never like made contact and just like stayed on his own.
It's just
It's
like that
oh, okay.
cousin that you never see. Like,
Yeah. I hope Kieran's doing all right. Am I gonna contact him?
you
No.
ask their parents, and they're
Nah.
like, yeah, I think they're all right, and it's like, that's your kid. Like,
He was at my wedding, but for some reason I didn't see him or notice him at all.
Yeah.
he
Did
was
Kieran come
invited,
to
but I don't
Dolus's
know if he
wedding?
showed up.
yeah, did Kieran accept the invite?
That's why he has invisibility. Is no one saw him, but he was there. And then stuff started going wrong, and he's like, I'm sure they got it.
I mean, nothing went wrong during the wedding. It's like at the
It
wedding.
happened like 4 days before the wedding.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
go.
Speaking of like characters and like what happened. Cogdius mentioned to Raiden that he would get a visit from Nobelia. How
Mhm.
did that conversation go?
Oh, it was so sad.
Oh my god.
Well,
Raiden and Nobelia, like Nobelia shows up to talk to Raiden, not frequently, but not like it's not like once a year they meet on a moonlit night. It's like when she thinks about it and comes by. It sounds really
That's
sad.
so much worse.
Well, no. Here's the thing. It sounds really sad, but you have to remember that she's literally a celestial now. The concept of time and mortality and life, it's just not the same thing. That's why Cyril didn't feel bad about all the Hush stuff. They just don't have the same morality as you guys. Like from his perspective, he's like, yeah, your life had suffering and it had problems, and maybe me being there would have made it easier, but you're here now. Things are good. I don't know why.
Good.
Yeah, everything's fine.
It's really, oh god, what is it? Oh, there's a fucking, it's like absolutism or some shit like that. Like,
Yeah, Cyril and Nobelia, yeah, it's a lot like absolutism. They look at things as a big picture, and so she likes to visit Raiden when she thinks about it or when it's relevant to Raiden, and he enjoys the visits. But it's not like she's like, oh no, I haven't talked to him in like 6 months. I hope he's okay. I hope da 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 da. She's like, yeah, I know he's alive. I know he's doing things. Maybe I'll go talk to him. Because like, and
Are they
that's
still immortal? Like Raiden and the other people or whatever?
Yep. They're still immortal. They're aging very, very, very slow. They're the opposite of you guys. They will one day die from old age, but they can't be killed until then. And it will take a very, very long time.
I see.
So,
Cool.
like, Raiden's going to be alive for like tens of thousands of years, and then he's going to keel over from old age one day.
Man, that's gonna suck when he gets to like the shitty part of being old,
Mhm.
and he just has to suffer in that for like several thousand
but, like,
years.
Fairmont and Harmon are already at like, if they weren't immortal, would be at the shitty part of being old, and they're still both capable. Like, your
That's true.
body is still fine. Like, they're not going to be old and crud. Yeah.
The fact
I
that
see.
Kieran is technically cousins with the birds, I've had in my back pocket since like episode 3, and it just never came up to the audience until like 3 years later.
The funniest part was you saying it out of context, like, because I think we had all kind of understood the connection by that point.
Yeah.
But then you just said it, and all of us just go, "What?"
But
it's
yeah.
so silly.
So Nobelia, because she still has some of the mortal in her, does come back to visit, but it's not regular or often. Raiden likes it though, so it doesn't really matter. Cyril probably doesn't come back to visit Hush, because Hush specifically
better
told him not to.
I was like, Hush
Man.
told him
You
to
better
fuck
not.
off.
I
I'd be
got
shocked.
guard drakes. I got a whole thing ready if he's coming in.
Bro, he's he's a fucking archangel.
I wish you weren't an archangel.
And then he
Ian,
goes, "You don't have spell casting. You never did." And you're just like, ah.
I wished it first.
Ian, how did Twink react/respond when Dolus showed up with a library of old, ancient, forbidden magic?
Like that.
I brought you these.
Archibald managed the library, so he's just like, "Oh, yo,
Yeah, what the fuck is
Yo,
Archibald up
take
to?
more.
Like, post everything. He manages the
Managing
library.
the library.
He manages Quintania's library."
Did you go to see Atronon?
Yeah, he goes home. His family's still all alive. He goes to see Atronon and
Oh,
his
fuck,
parents.
that's right. Forget his parents are still very much alive.
Everyone forgets. They think he's like an orphan and that Socks adopted him. No, his parents are alive. They're in Riverbend.
Yeah, our whole job was to take him to his parents.
Yeah. It's like
I
we take him
forgot
to
that that
you,
was
always
the thing.
be safe.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the first mission of this campaign, and I don't know if it ever
You want
happened.
to talk about canon versus fanon? There you go. Archibald has parents, bro.
Do you want to say what we talked about Eggold? Cryo?
Oh, Eggold continues to be first mate. Eventually he becomes Lotus's first mate. And he continues that sort of, he belongs to various people who need first mates, so he gets traded between Lotus and Philly, Lorelei and Harmon. Oh god,
I get
what was
Eggle
there?
today.
Eggold does eventually reveal his greatest secret to Lotus. He reveals his last name.
What's his
Swear to
last
God,
name?
I swear to fucking God, Cryo.
What?
So you guys remember in the episode where you guys
Fuck you.
not that he's Darman,
Oh,
because
okay.
I know that's what Noah's thinking. When you first met him in Inshasla, Walk called him Eggleds with an S. His name is Eggold Eggleds. No one ever asked his last name, so it just never came up.
Hey, what's his middle name?
This
He
is
doesn't
like
have one.
Mario. Like
He got orphaned really young, and he could remember that one of his names was Eggold or Eggleds. So the orphanage was just like Eggleds. That is who you are.
Mario'd.
And because Lotus eventually gets genie powers, so one of them being like, oh, you can grant wishes and stuff. She asks Eggold down the line if he would want to live for longer. Because Lotus being super strong, but like not wanting to see people that she loves die. Do you want to do this? Eventually he says no. But
Yeah.
what did we decide on, Craig? Because we decided on something.
He says no, and then eventually he agrees for you to make him like physically capable and young and not experience like the pain of getting old, but to still live his normal lifespan. So he just stays in like his middle age until it's time for him to die.
He's
Yeah.
just a
He's
guy
like-
until he dies.
Yeah, he's just a dude in like his early 50s until the day he kicks it.
It's really funny because I remember specifically when we had this conversation, Crow would have made Eggold be like, why didn't we think about this earlier? So I could have been at like in my 40s and still not have gotten like back pain and stuff. But now I'm stuck with this back pain.
Just a guy until I die does go kind of hard.
Why didn't he
Just a
just
guy
wish for no
until I
back
die.
pain?
Yeah, right. Wait,
They don't
that.
think
Eggold
about
in
it.
the campaign.
It's Eggold and Lotus. They don't think about it.
Yeah.
They don't-
How
Yeah,
old
they
was
don't
Eggold in
consult Dolus
campaign?
about this.
How old was Eggold in campaign?
In campaign, he was in his early 30s. He wasn't sure of his exact age.
Oh, okay. Because you said, I was like, oh wait, you meant like later on. What do you mean? I was like, was Eggold 50?
No.
He did not. Bro looks great.
I love this idea that there's like Lotus starts like granting wishes and shit, and like it does like the genie thing where like it goes wrong and like has like the consequences, and then it's like if she had ever asked Dolus like this person wants this, and he would have just been like, oh, just do this. Oh,
Oh, so
but
it has,
she never consults him.
it has the genie kickback just because Lotus didn't think about it.
Yeah.
That's what the genie twists always are. They're just a genie not thinking about the wish.
No. Most of them are assholes. Lotus is just
Yeah.
Lotus is just Lotus.
Lotus just like, yeah, no, you can live forever, but like you're gonna get old. like,
Gotta give me
Yeah.
spoons.
yeah, you're just gonna be like a skin and bone walking around toward the end of it, but
Trying to think if there's a Maya eventually becomes the queen of Dragonlost. Because they allow items and magic to be used in their duels. That's how she wins. She doesn't win through brute force. So she wins the duel for the crown using trickery and magic.
The wand of
Okay.
winning.
A wand of winning. So that's fun for her. The Hold Masters live out their lives. Nalu's the one who's gonna bite it first just because she's a tabaxi and all the others have fucking long lives.
Ooh, I have a question.
Yeah.
Does Petrie ever have kids?
Does
I hope
Petrie ever
not.
have kids?
I hope not.
Is he like
Yeah,
real?
I mean he's just a slot. They reproduce.
Let's go.
Yeah, wait,
Let's go.
isn't he just like a
Yeah, I thought it was just a manifestation of like
No,
your
they're real.
power.
Oh yeah, I guess
They
with
get-
those they get pulled. They get like plucked.
Yeah, the new
Yeah.
version is a manifestation.
Familiars
2024.
are the ones that are just like,
I
I
see.
summon a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, the new
not the actual
2024
thing.
makes them vestiges of them, but old rules, yeah,
Oh.
they just grab them. And then if I had it, I could have summoned a mind flayer. Fun fact with the new rules of 2024, could have had a mind flayer on the team.
I'm glad you didn't. Do
Mind
that.
Yeah,
Goblin.
I'm actually
Complicates
doing
things
mind
for
goblin
me.
these nuts.
Lois.
Mind
Sorry.
flaying these. Wait.
Mind
Wait.
flaying these
don't,
nuts.
don't do that. Don't do
Don't
that.
flay my nuts, dude.
Ian's looking up like God told him to do it.
He's looking up at his brain like, what's going on up there?
I don't know who said that. Crazy came out of my mic.
Mike just glitched.
Who said that?
He's looking around for him.
Gosh, trying to think if there's any other big things I want to say before we wrap it up. Any other questions about your favorite NPCs?
How's
Uh,
how's Anva?
Oh, she's good. She helps set up a trade network between Twinktania and Stonekeeper.
Fuck yeah.
In
On
My
episode
bounty
one-
hunter.
mercenary funds.
In episode 1, the guy,
Oh.
the what? Blue, the water genasi who yelled, "We're all gonna die."
We're all gonna die.
Did he die?
Did he die? No, he definitely
Yeah.
went to jail though, as an
Aw.
unreliable.
Did he die in jail?
He eventually would have been released because eventually, after many years, the unreliable law gets revoked in Stonekeeper.
And then he died.
I mean, you'll die eventually. You'll all die
How
eventually.
does how's fucking what's his name? Sodden. What's he up to?
Sodden? Oh. Shadestep is embroiled in civil war for a good decade. And he remains the prime minister of the loyalists for that whole time. But what happens afterwards is something that I might answer in a world of Starlost.
Stay
How-
He
tuned.
takes over the whole country.
How- how-
Dictatorship.
how's our Lashna?
Arlashna, she struggles. She spends a long time going back to the Feywild on and off to try and mend her relationship with Titania
Tanya.
and to find her other kid who fucked off. But then time she's not there, she spends back in the Westwood, sort of helping them recover and rebuild. Rivers Bend becomes like a proper capital of the Westwood because Sanctuary got destroyed.
Yeah. Socks and Fina definitely have kids. They reproduce.
There you go.
Are they
They
cursed too?
reproduce.
Sanctuary.
Oh, pups.
No, I used True on Socks, so he's cured actually.
Yeah, true
Oh.
resurrection, no curses.
Damn.
He's not a werewolf anymore.
He is still a blood hunter though, so he just kind of got it back, but like different.
He can access a vestige of the power.
Yeah.
Cryo.
Mm-hmm.
That one Fae who Dolus made the deal with to seal his remorse in his mask. How they doing? Did they get
Oh,
mad?
they're good. No, they don't care.
Oh, okay.
Arlashna's the one who broke the deal and like win over everything, and they're chill with Arlashna.
Okay. Cool.
Does a statue of Frogillion ever get built? No, level.
What?
Good question. Thanks for the question. No.
I appreciate the question.
Thanks for the question. Nobody liked him.
Why not?
Because nobody liked him.
He helped in the final fight.
That's true. If it wasn't for him, you all would have been destroyed by a black hole.
Hush
Yeah,
has a
how
frog
did-
paperweight.
How did Frogillion feel about when I put him in the fucking room and he was there for hours or whatever?
He was so pissed off. He tried to get out of that jar like 7 different times when he was stuck in that room, and it just was not happening.
I just imagine he's just sitting there swearing like
He was genuinely
man.
just sitting there like, I'm gonna die in this fucking room. God damn it.
SF walks in and is
After
just like
everything.
out.
This whole like big plan to like fucking shoot Martin in the face at the very end, and then Dolus does a science experiment and leaves him in a hotel room for like 2
In New
weeks and
York.
he just dies. Yeah. He just dies.
God.
Oh, my God.
What a
That's
world.
so funny.
Like, imagine we never put Gillian in a frog. I say we, but yeah.
Imagine
I mean, what the
I
fuck?
never put Gillian in a frog.
Guys, remember when we
Imagine
did
if you
that?
put him in a fish like you originally planned.
Alina, it would be the exact same, except Alina would
Would
have
have a little beta
water-filled
fish
jar.
strapped to her.
A water
Yeah.
bottle. Yeah.
that Alina would have to change every
like a
hour on the
oxygen
hour because the
droplet, so
oxygen
She's
was
an
water.
low.
elementalist. She doesn't care.
Yeah, get a magic jar.
She uses shape water and she just
My lord. Ow.
All right.
Wait,
think
there's
one
nothing
more
else.
thing.
Oh,
One more thing. I thought of it. I think I'd messaged you about this at one point. So at one point, after the world is saved, Dolus remembers something that happened in the dream that Martin put them all in, of like twink tech and everything.
oh yes.
And then he makes Alina soft serve ice cream, her favorite flavor.
Yeah, you
Because-
rolled for if you could remember and make it. Like I had you roll. You rolled successfully. You did. So Dolus
Yeah.
can make soft serve with his create food and water, despite the fact that it does not exist in the world
Spit
of
one
Starlost.
flavor of soft serve. What flavor was it?
Mint chip.
Fuck yeah!
Pistachio.
Fuck yeah!
Fuck yes.
Yeah, the only flavor of soft serve that exists in this world is mint chip.
As it should.
It doesn't
Hell
even have
yeah.
the chocolate bits in it. It's just the flavor because
Yeah,
it's soft.
I was gonna say, like, how do you soft serve chocolate chips?
It's just mint and chocolate. Have you ever had mint chip soft serve? It just tastes like
No.
minty chocolate. It
It's
just
really
tastes like
good.
you're eating
It tastes like an Andes mint.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. Hell yeah. Does she
Uh,
like it?
The harbor master lived the rest of his life reflecting on Twink's words. It wasn't very long, though, because he died when he tripped going down the stairs that day. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Everyone's asking what happened to the harbor master in session 1. I'm like, I'll be honest with
the
you.
harbor master.
He was the one
that
who
was the person
Twink
that we
was
went into the. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I see.
he did. He reflected a lot on Twink's words. Eventually, he quit before the Unreliables law was like ousted because he didn't want to keep enabling it. And then he just became a boatman.
Boatman.
Did
A
Alina
boatman.
like the soft serve though?
Alina loves the soft serve. Yes. She has no idea where the fuck you thought of it, but it's like one of her favorite things.
Hell yeah.
Every now and then you'll just be sitting there and she'll be like, "Can I have some of that ice cream?" You're just
Sure, babe.
Anything for you.
It just falls out.
it falls out of your face like you just
He don't know. I do the fucking Dairy Queen thing. Like I hold a cup up and I turn it upside down. I turn it back up and there's ice cream in it.
Oh no.
Fantastic.
And if I spill it, she gets it for free.
You don't expend a spell slot.
If you can turn the blizzard upside down, you don't waste the spell slot on create food and water.
Hell
That's awesome.
Noah, DMs
Yeah.
before we finish out.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, one last time. Think we're good.
Yep.
I think we're set.
I mean, thank you. Like it's just good time to express our final thank yous as we wrap up. But
Yeah, thank you guys. This has been fantastic. Thanks for coming to this one. This is kind of a longer Shanties, considering it's like the last one that's just about campaign 1.
yeah.
If you guys want to keep asking questions about campaign 1 as we go into campaign 2,
Don't. No.
I was going to say you're allowed to ask them, but there is no guarantee we'll ask them. We'll answer them during the Shanties, even like less so than there already was not a guarantee. But now that campaign 1's over, I'm probably way more likely to answer questions just off the cuff in Discord if something gets asked about campaign 1, because we're moving on to campaign 2 in the main like limelight of the channel. So if you guys have more questions and you ask them, I might just occasionally reply in the Shanties question channel in Discord and be like, "Hey, not going to answer this one live, but here's your answer."
Unless it's like maybe it's like campaign
world
1 character
building.
or something, or I'm just thinking like a campaign 1 place or person or something. Like how would this be with the campaign 2 setting or campaign 2 character? Relating them both maybe. But like just straight up like campaign 1.
So
questions
unless
like,
there's some relativity to it, or it's just general world building stuff, it probably won't get answered live.
We could also do a superfluous too.
Yeah, we could just do superfluous at some time and answer just random
what is
questions.
superfluous?
The thing
That
you were
was-
in.
Yeah, that was the thing that Oz recorded for Kofi, where we just answered a bunch of random questions.
It was a
interview
3-hour
style.
long shanty for Kofi of questions we weren't gonna
Yeah,
ask on
I was
stream.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
it's funny because that's how you reacted in it. Also, you're like, "What are we doing?" You're like, "What are we doing?" But yeah, thank you guys so much. Keep asking questions. And actually, before we end, if no one's got it ready,
I do. I have it ready to roll.
we have a fun little teaser for a fun thing that I'm sure everybody's going to like. So we'll watch that real quick and then we'll say our final goodbyes.
So give me a sec.
I think this might be the first time a lot of us are seeing it also.
I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
And me neither.
It's great. Da-da-dum. And we just go.
Is it actually gonna be visible for us, or gotta show up the stream?
You have to watch
gotta.
the stream.
Yeah, sorry guys. I only have so many ways of getting this done. But okay.
Oh,
All right.
I see a logo.
I'm gonna mute us real quick.
This new selection of yours isn't exactly the cream of the crop. I mean, what is this? A washout wizard? Expelled from the academy, no record after that, barely any before it. No accolades, no recommendations, calls himself an outer elf. Interviewer described him as argumentative and disobedient. This is hardly what I would call distinguished. Luckily, his combat scores are very capable, and it wouldn't be the first strong personality in these parts. He's in, but only if we don't fill this up with better candidates. A surplus slot reserved for... Oh, that cannot possibly be his name. Ritz Rediddle Redaddle. Approval pending.
Okay, you guys can speak again.
What the? Whoa, that was cool.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
That was
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah. So that is the first the first set of teasers for what is to come, I guess you
Yeah.
could say.
This sounds like a Pulse character.
This name sounds like a Pulse character.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you.
Yeah. I hate to break it
But
to
yeah.
you. This is a familiar
No.
name.
Everybody who's here right now, I won't specify anything. That was the first teaser for campaign 2.
Woo!
Woo! Well, technically it was the second teaser. The first teaser also doubled as the teaser for epilogue 3.
Yes.
Because going forward in the world of Starlost, at least for the time being, the Enigmatic Exploration Committee is very important.
Yes.
But we can get into that later and more as time comes and as more teasers get released. But for right now, that's the end of the last Shanties for Starlost Seas.
Woo! But yeah, guys.
So, one more time, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks all of you for playing. We'll be back. Keep an eye out for more stuff releasing on the channel, and we're really excited for October 4th for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why.
Who's to say?
Who knows?
We'll see y'all soon. Bye.
Bye.